nephew. With that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine!
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now.
What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. kainom. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
MENACEMOUSE. Menace Mouse. Menace Mouse. Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars news and chill stream. Bob Iger. The sequel trilogy never had a plan. Dave Filoni. Bad Batch. Court calls the Disney trilogy trash. How is everyone? We have plenty to talk about today. I figured we'd hang out and just chill out today. I have been so busy this past month. Past 2 days, I finally got to really sleep a lot. I feel really good, full of energy, and I can breathe a little bit now that I got the documentary out. I hope you all got to see the documentary. If you didn't, please take a look. It's pretty badass. It's an hour and a half long, but you will love it. A lot of love and work went into it, and I hope you will check it out. All right. I hope everybody's great on this Friday night. Sorry I'm starting a little bit late, but life is what it is. We are here, and we will do the thing. This is also simulcasting on YouNow. If anybody wants to support over there, I appreciate it as well. Man, I'm super thirsty today. I don't know what it is. Well, did you like my Menace Mouse song? Greetings, programs. Are you threatening me, Master Jedi? Indeed. I just rewatched an old movie I used to watch when I was little. Now that I know what happened behind the scenes, it might just be the worst thing I've ever seen. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's better not to know, just to stay in front. That's why, like, you know, a lot of people get into like the books and the extra stuff that George said behind the scenes. And it's like, I love all that stuff too. Don't get me wrong. But you start to get away from the point of Star Wars. What you're supposed to focus on is the 6 movies. Because when you start digging around in the background, it's not that it's all bad or anything, but you start to change your perspective on things. Now, if you can objectively look at that because you're curious of how things were made and etc., fine. But a lot of people get hung up on like, George said this one time. It doesn't matter what he said that one time. What matters is what you see on the screen, the canon. That's all that concerns you and me. George's business behind the scenes is his business. Again, I look at that stuff. I love that stuff. I research that stuff. There's nothing wrong with looking at it, but sometimes it starts to skew your perception of what is you're supposed to be focused on, the actual movies. Greetings, D. Greetings, programs far and wide. Yes, all across the system. Milo Notice. Hello, Roberto. Good day, everyone. Good to see you, bro. Here I am older, and it's so obvious the animals were killed during the making of the movie. I haven't seen the movie, so. Hey there, Wes. Hello, hello. The bot is running. I legit typed in Not My Star Wars like 5 seconds before the reminder for YouTube from YouTube popped up. Almost spooky how that worked. There you go. Hold on one second. No audio for this guy, it says. So give me 1 second. Will I fix that? How about now? Can you hear now? Is it working now? Can you hear me now? All right, I will check back there in just a moment. Where are you guys at? Milo and Otis. Yeah, it was meant to be adaptive, I guess so. No audio. Why don't you have audio over there? Oh, I know why. Just a second. I know why. Sorry about that, guys. Give me just 1 second. I know exactly why that's happening.
Ruined our meal. I got everything right, except for the plates. Don't get paper plates. That'll leave a stain on your pasta.
Just 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm trying to do two things at once.
Dixie, make it right. Thousands of people are switching to the all-new Nutrisystem every week because it's backed by science.
Okay, you should be able to hear now. Okay, you should be able to hear now. Just 1 second as while I fix this on the other end. Okay, you should be able to hear now. Okay, good. Yeah, that's my fault because I had muted it. When you're juggling these two streams, it's like you don't want to get a loop, and I had muted it earlier. And I forgot you need to hear it over there, so good. All right, let me make this big screen. We'll get back to where we were, and here we go. Sorry for anybody that was watching. I have now fixed the audio, and we will proceed. Okay. All right. Last episode of the Bad Batch, they're in a place where battle droids are being destroyed or something. Yeah, I watched it. Full house already. Hello there. Hello, hello. Greetings. I have to wait for this to play entirely. What do you mean you have to wait for this to play entirely? Oh, the intro? The Martell sisters are back. Oh, joy. Yeah, Martez. We're going to talk about them. I want to talk. Oh, no, the Martez sisters are in this. Fuck me, yes. Dave Filoni. Keep saying it, guys. Dave's going to save Star Wars. Dave's the man. Dave is the Martez sisters. Dave is Pablo Badildo attacking Star Wars theory. Okay? That's Dave Filoni. It's time to wake up. Rogue 2? No. First, I watched childhood movie that made me cry because of the horrible way they made it, and now the worst part of season 7 are back today. Sucks for me. Yeah, well, Dave Filoni. The Dildoni verse. I didn't know New Hope had a Rogue 2 call sign. Yeah, why not? What movie made you cry? Adventures of Milo and Otis. Worst things I've seen. Animals were killed just to get the scenes right. And they did the stuff to make it look like art. Pugs and cats because it's art. It's like Cuties where they did very bad because it's art. Yeah. R.I.P. Disney. They're on their last legs, guys. Chairman of the board just sold half his shares, and we're going to talk about that. They're on their last legs. James, look at what they made the humans do during the making of Star Wars. It's criminal. Yeah. Thank you, Bob Iger, for murdering Disney. Yes. Why are the Martez sisters in the Bad Batch when Disney knows not? Because Dave fucking Filoni. That's why. Your boy. Executive creative director. That's why. Not your boy, James, but you know what I'm saying. All you airheads out there that say he's going to save Star Wars and it's the best thing that could happen. Your boy, Dave fucking Filoni. I canceled my Netflix and never looked back due to Cuties. I can't believe they didn't end up in serious trouble. And we're going to talk about the Martez sisters and what that implies and connects to. We're going to talk all about that. Serious trouble. Everyone associate D with the smut should have been hung or at least hung out to dry. The older sister is a Karen. Remember when she killed someone just for doing his job? Yes. Man, it's Miles. Man, it's Miles. Hey, Adaptive, good to see you. I thought you guys might like that little adaptation. Great job on the documentary. I shared it on my Facebook. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you guys really enjoyed it. If you haven't seen it, please watch it. I promise you, you are going to love it. That is the best work I've done so far. The editing, the love, the amount of time in there. Skywalker Legacy, till that was my favorite and best. Now this one is my best. It's not necessarily my favorite thing, but it's an objective documentary. And like I said, you get to see things that we never get to see, how they're making this stuff, but like in a raw way, not the Disney or Lucasfilm, like, oh, this is what we're going to show you way. So if you haven't seen it, please check it out. You will love it. I need to set fire to the orphanage with people inside because I'm making art. Yeah, well, that's Dave Filoni burning down Star Wars because he wants to do his little Ahsoka art. That's Dave Filoni right there. Hello there, my dude. How are you in this really hot night in the South Hemisphere? It's a beautiful night here. I'm really good. Hopefully you can stay cool over there. And as always, I'm very happy to see you, Private Eye. Buenas noches. Bienvenido. I had to send you all my likes on YouNow. Check the audio for YouNow. Yeah, I did. I boomered that one. It's just, doing juggling so many things, I forgot. Hello there. Ryan, good to see you. Milo and Chris, or Otis. There's a scene where Otis gets fucking mauled by a bear on screen. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I have no clue, but yeah. Thanks, that guy says, for going over there. Love the documentary. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Otis as a child, I think it made me cry too. At least I only watched the American version. Japanese version I've heard wonderful things about. I had to look up Milo and Otis. Only Otis I know is Otis Driftwood. On YouNow. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it, Ryan. Speaking of behind the scenes, are there any deleted scenes you would have kept? I would have kept Anakin and Padme visiting her parents. Yes. When I did the deep dive of Attack of the Clones, which maybe sometime you want to watch, we talked about that, and I would have left that scene. Absolutely. I think it's important. You see her parents, you see her sister, the little conversation there. It gives a lot of context. I would have definitely left that scene. I agree. Ooh, man, am I thirsty. 20 kittens and 1 maimed. That's cruel. The Martyr sisters have problematic haircuts. Yes, so true. We will talk about them. They are in the Bad Batch. They were in Clone Wars Season 7. Iger, yes. Not just some, but half. Wikipedia said Marta's sister is a mechanic. Yeah. Is why, yeah. Especially when everyone said they were disgusted by them in Clone Wars Season 7, that everyone skipped those 4 episodes. And Dave Filoni, it goes to show you, he don't give a damn about Star Wars, he don't give a damn about George Lucas, and he don't give a damn about you. How many times have I said this? But hey, Dave's going to continue to show you guys, and you know, you got other people who come on YouTube and are like, he's going to save it, he's great, it's amazing, he got promoted. Okay. Dave Filoni, who were the Martez sisters again? Haven't her really follow Clone Wars since Ahsoka left and Disney bought Lucasfilm. I will show you some screenshots. We're going to talk about them. Why is Omega a female clone of a male? Stop being a bigot. Dave Filoni's the second coming of Christ. Yeah, he sure is. A hooded figure was shown at the end of the episode. I bet the sisters are BFFs with Kenobi. Could be. Private Eye, and they'll probably tie it into the Kenobi show. Be one with the air conditioner, yes. Some are saying the figure at the end of the Bad Batch could be Bail Organa. I say Bail Organa, and we will talk about it here in a minute. I have an extended edit of AOC. All the deleted scenes are great. Nice, yeah, absolutely. Let me check the chat over here real quick. Julian RD Mawa, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. This is being shared from my main stream over on YouTube, but I appreciate you guys stopping in and watching. And please leave your free likes. If you have a free spin, I appreciate it. Whatever you want to do, I appreciate you guys being here, and I hope you enjoyed the show. I do this every Friday, a long 8 to 12 hour Star Wars stream. So we will be here for a while. There's plenty to talk about. And as always, the idea is that we're very interactive. You know, if you guys have questions, comments, if you have anything you want me to elaborate on or clarify, by all means. I'm not like most streamers. I try to read everyone's chat and try to have a conversation with you guys and, you know, talk about whatever we can. So again, thank you so much for being here. I see you, RDMA, RD Mawa. Hello there from YouNow. I appreciate it. I don't know if that's good. I'm glad you're here. You're glad to be here too. I appreciate you being here. Truly, I do. And like I said, I try to be very interactive. So if you have any questions, anything you want to comment or ask or whatever, by all means. I'm here to teach and to share my knowledge and to interact with you guys. So, what's up, DC? What's up? Glad to see you, man. I just can't, man. It's almost winter and it's so hot. Yeah, the weather's all screwy here in Pennsylvania. I mean, it was cold up until like just days ago. You know, finally, it's like, oh, summer decided. We didn't even have spring. It's like. But, you know, that global warming. In the latest Bad Batch episode, they brought the Martez sisters back, shaking my head. Yes, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. It's that time again. Yes. Hey, Mojo. Good to see you. And thanks for being here, Draman6. Every episode of the fucking Bad Batch feels like filler stories for kids bullshit. Ding. It's exactly what it is. Your boy, Dave Phony Baloney Macaroni. Just remember that we need the right to repair. You don't own your electronics devices. You rent them. Yes. Like rebels. Yes, like rebels. U.S. military has 1.3 million members. How do 1.2 million clones protect the galaxy? Did they make more? No. According to Lucas lore, there's 1.2 billion made. Clone Wars is 3 years, and that's that. And then in extended lore, there's a little bit of talk of how Palpatine didn't like nor want the clones. He wanted real troops, so he eliminated all the clones in the clone program, which is more stupidity from Disney because he got rid of the clone program, and yet in their movies they made it where he's cloning Snoke and himself and Rey, and now they're using Luke's hand. And holy fucking Dave Filoni, you goddamn idiot. But you see, like I always say, it's like a child. You tell a lie, and now you got to tell a second lie to cover that lie, and then 5 lies to cover those 2 lies, and then 20 lies to cover those 5 lies, and it snowballs and it snowballs and it snowballs. And now you got this whole mess where you can't explain anything because you fucked up from the beginning, because you didn't respect the canon. This is why canon matters. Because when you start deviating and doing all this extra shit, here we are. You got a big old mess. And every show contradicts itself. Dave Filoni. Yes, please. Like it's a womp rat. Correct. Snipe that womp rat. Use the force. You will subscribe. I'm Nightwish, by the way. Mr. Past Streams. Oh, no worries. There's always a replay, and hey, I understand life is life, but as long as you guys come around, I appreciate you, and I will continue to do this. I do this for you guys. Know that. Yes, it's my channel. Yes, I want to build it, but the streams is really for you guys because I always made videos, and then I asked, people were asking me, and then I did a poll, and I said, hey, do you guys want me to do a stream once a week? And all of you were like, yes. And then I asked what day, and you all said Friday, and here we are several months later. So I do it for me too. I love doing this and I love hanging out with you guys, but know that the reason I do this and I spend these massive amount of hours is because of you guys, because I love you guys, because you guys show up and you want to hang out and you want to talk and you want to ask questions and you want to be part of the conversation and the chill session. So I appreciate you guys so very much. As always, thank you very much. And, I do this for you. The streams are for you guys. Know that. All the stuff I do is for you guys, but specifically the streams I do because of you guys. Every episode of Bad Batch feels like a torture. I can't freaking stay awake, man. Every time I try to watch one, I fall asleep. They're so freaking boring. They're stupid. How ironic. Yep. Nightwish is a name I haven't heard in many streams. Yes. I didn't comment much. Yeah, but I always saw you. I appreciate you being here. What happened, Mojo? Did it unsubscribe you? What's going on? You've been subscribed to me forever. Selgu, thank you for stopping in on YouNow. I see you over there. This is streaming over from my YouTube main stream to here, but I am watching the chat, so if you have any questions, comments, whatever, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And I appreciate your free likes if anyone sends them. I very much appreciate anyone that comes on to YouNow. That Sid character was very off-putting. Seems like every powerful male figure has to get punked, belittled by a female character to raise up the female character. So stunning and brazen. Yes, absolutely. You should use that NWE YouTube feature that lets you clip videos. That new YouTube feature. Yeah, but not everybody has it. That's the thing. I don't know that my channel has it yet. They only rolled out to so many channels, especially the gaming channels is where they're doing it. So I don't know that my channel has it. Let me know if you guys see that I do, but I can't clip myself, I don't think either. I would have to like clip the replay probably. So I don't know, but I don't know that my channel has it. Works very well for streams. Yeah. Yeah, I know about it. I don't think my channel has it yet. Missed you last week. I was at ILM last week. On display, they only have OT characters, Yoda, R2, 3PO, Vader, Ahsoka. So cool. Awesome. Cool. I remember you said you were going to be in that area, so you did get to go by ILM. Cool. Now, you went to ILM, not Skywalker Ranch, right? That's what I'm assuming you're saying. So that's interesting. Dead Girls and Danny. Yeah. Dead Girls, I don't know. Maybe she'll pop up. I did see her the other day, so I know she's well, and that's good. Denai, I have not seen in several weeks. I'm a little bit concerned. I hope they are well. I love those guys. If you guys don't know, they're a couple. So sometimes it's him, sometimes it's her, sometimes it's both of them. But, you know, I love them very much, and I hope they're okay. At least the Bad Batch isn't as bad as the commercialism in The Mandalorian. But yes, the past 2 episodes have been filler. Oh, Lord, it's terrible. Thanks for being here, by the way, 88 DJ. Deck Tunics, good to see you. No strategy, and everything falls apart. And there's Dave Filoni, and there's Disney Star Wars. And it's to the point where they are admitting it. I mean, they have been for a while, and I've reported on it, but, you know, now it's like nobody can even hide it anymore. Yet John Boyega said he'll come back, which we could maybe talk about that a little bit too. So stupid. My God, all of them are just airheads. Mark Damon, is ILM in San Francisco? How did you find it? I believe it is in San Fran, and I think you can find it if you look on Google Maps or the website. I've always wanted Star Wars to go to and show Corellia, and they finally do, but in Dildoniverse. Yes, they do. Oh, boy. A couple. Isn't Idana a woman, though? No, they're a couple, actually. They're a couple. They've been with me for quite a long time, since some of my earlier streams. That's why I really miss them, and you know, not that any of you are any less important, but they're one of my old originals. That Guy Says has also been around a long time. So, you know, I don't remember everybody all the time, but I do remember a lot of you, especially when you come around a lot. And, you know, like Private Eye's been around for a while, but not nearly like That Guy Says, Idana Danai, D. You guys have been around for a long time now. So, you know, Mojo, I know, has been around for quite a while. Adaptive's been around for a little while, but not as long as some of these other guys. So, but anyways, it doesn't matter. You know, I appreciate all of you. I'm just saying that I know Idana from quite a long, some of my older streams, and yeah, they told me. As a matter of fact, they told me that they came on board when I was doing the Why Ray Isn't a Mary Sue, and they told me that they're a couple because I was asking about their name. I thought it was a girl, and they said that they are a couple. So. John Boyega wants to come back to Star Wars after what they did to him, and wants to come back if J.J. Abrams and Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, what a fucking clown. Yep. You know, I've never like had a thing against him, but I've always like kind of been like, my very first video shows him. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. Him like a dumbass admitting he forgot the damn script for the movie under his bed. You know. And he was excited to see the horses on top of the Death Star. That was his favorite Star Wars moment, riding the horses on top of the Death Star. I'm just like, oh my God, dude. You got to act with Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and Harrison Ford, and your favorite thing in Star Wars was the horses on top of the fucking Death Star. Holy shit. So that kid, I always, and now you got him saying he would consider coming back after he said they didn't know what fuck all to do with my thing, and they treated me like shit, and they deleted him from all the posters, and now he says, oh yeah, I'd come back if JJ and Kathleen were there. Wow. Just wow. What a clown is right. Doomcock once said that cake, yeah, Kaka is out. Yeah, I saw the video today. I'll believe it when I see it, guys. Nothing, again, love Doomcock. He's usually right with his rumors. I'm not trying to say that he's wrong, but all I'm saying is I have to go by what the CEO of Disney is showing me and telling me. And when he gets all excited and is talking that we can't wait to be with her for years to come, I have to go with what the Disney CEO is saying. In the end, was he lying? We'll find out. Did he change his mind? We'll find out. I hope that she does go. But I have seen several pieces of proof, and she ain't going nowhere. So don't get too excited. Why would John join the races? I'm disappointed. Yeah, he's a fucking clown. He is a clown. I mean, it's ridiculous. He did this big BLM thing right in London, and yet Disney shits on him all over the place. And here he is saying that he'll go back with KK of all people. Holy shit. It's such sweet retribution having a full in court of law declare the cycle as fucking trash. Yes, and we will talk about that a little bit too. Stuff I've been saying for how long? Deck Tunics Inc. I don't know. He's one of those Hollywood clowns. Yeah. Listen, guys, I've gotten a ton of shit on this channel from people that say you're crazy, you're an idiot, you're a grumpy old man, you're you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you're so stupid, go fucking die. I mean, I've heard all kinds of shit. But it's like I always say, when you tell the truth, you do the research, and you state the facts, you have nothing to fear because the truth will come out. And everything I have said has become true. And now more and more people are going to see, between the very people making the film saying, well, we didn't know what the fuck we're doing, we didn't have a plan, to courts ruling that the shit was trash. Now you got no argument now, huh? Do you? Now all these people are going to come back and be like, yeah, you know what? Not My Star Wars was the one channel that always said the shit was the right way, that always stated the facts, that always did the research. That's why I know in the long game, I'm going to get all this hate in between. But in the long game, everyone's going to look back and be like, man, these 10 channels I used to always watch, always just blah, 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 talk nonsense. And there was always that one channel that always spoke the facts, the truth. Not My Star Wars will still be here. Don't be, I bet already sold himself to Hollywood. Yeah. Yep. You know, money makes people do. I have an old saying, I don't remember if I've said it before to you guys, but money is just like alcohol. It doesn't change you. It doesn't make you an asshole. Both do the same thing. They reveal the true asshole that you are. Because if you truly have a righteous heart and I hand you $10 million, then you're probably going to give most of it away and do good stuff with it. And sure, you can go on vacation and do stuff for your family and buy a, I've always had a dream of having a Lamborghini. I'll win the lottery, I'm going to buy a fucking Lamborghini. Not because I care what anybody thinks, not because I want to be flashy or show off. I love Lamborghinis. And one day I hope to have one. For me. But if you're truly righteous, if you're truly a good person, then the money's not going to change you. It's going to facilitate your life and let you help others is what it's going to do. It's going to let you do more for more people. But when you got people acting all stupid, it's because from the beginning, that's how they were, just stupid. The money just gives them now the power to publicly be stupid. Adaptive writers said that judge laid down the law on TLJ and Tross. Yes. ILM is Presidio, San Francisco, by the Center of Fine Arts and Disney Museum. Nice. I didn't know there was a Disney museum over there. I wanted for Finn to be a thing, and then they broke my heart. Yeah, we all did. The poster showed him as a fucking Jedi. I don't care what anybody says. We knew he was supposed to be a Jedi. The company that says we stand against racism and, you know, we're for diversity, all of this. Okay. Actions speak louder than words. Why did you stream? Oh, yeah, you didn't come back because the stream button is right next to the end screen share button. I hit the end stream button on accident. I was like riled up and I hit the wrong button. And then I started right back a couple minutes later. You didn't. I was wondering. Well, we're like, I guess he thought I just ended. I did a whole other stream and we had a great time. I just hit the wrong button. That's all. YouNow needs a few little minor tweaks, but overall it's really cool. He went from being a potential Jedi to just saying, Ray! Ray! A big freaking monkey. That's what he was. He turned into a freaking monkey. And you acted that, lived through that, witnessed that, and you're saying that you want to come back. Finn whole character in Star Wars is the line here. Ray! Yes. You know, now that I think about it, where does GL live now? I don't think he can live in Skywalker Ranch. Been wondering that for a while. He does have properties in California, but he most likely is living in Chicago with his wife, raising his daughter. We don't know officially, but he's most likely in Chicago most of the time. Now, his museum's being built, so I know he's got to be popping in at least here and there. And he does have the, you know, business, and he has homes in business to do and homes in California, so, or properties in California, but he's most likely living in Chicago or just outside of Chicago, you know, some fancy. I've been with Not My Star Wars since about 10 minutes in the Phantom Menace deep dive, as the Jedi were coming through the blast doors to new Gunray, and Rune Haku. Yes, nice. Which has been a while now. A few months. John Boyega has to be hurting financially. Well, yeah, that's the thing. He wants money and he wants attention. He's probably not getting attention anymore. You see, at the time, they were all bitching like, oh my God, everybody hate her. Now they're all crying. Even Kelly Marie Tran is popping up. Right? Now they're all crying because they're not getting that attention anymore. Even Daisy now is popping up because they all are missing that attention now. Mm-hmm. That is exactly what I was thinking, that his career and potential jobs must be non-existent. Correct. Legally binding. I bet we could sue Disney for it. Possibly. No normal person can successfully sue a multi-billion-dollar company like Disney. No, but a whole bunch of us together can. And possibly George Lucas could. The sequels have been court-ruled. I'm out of the loop. We're going to talk about that. I'll pull that up in a little bit. Crazy. If all John Boyega has to resort to is Disney Star Wars. Yep. I quit drinking. I'm still an asshole. Well, and that's what I'm saying is it's not that it makes you an asshole. It just reveals it to everyone. That's all. That's funny. You're all right with me, Wes. I could never have a Lamborghini. The roads in my country are just completely unsafe for that type of car. Well, yeah, it's not a car for everywhere. And again, it's not something I would drive every day or that I care about what other people say or think. It's for me. Since I was a little boy, I have loved Lamborghinis. So I always have wanted one, and I hope that one day I will have one. If nothing else, that I could rent one for a weekend and just, you know. Hey, at least you're honest about it. Yes. I wish I had $5 billion specifically so I could buy Star Wars. Hey, I'm with you there. Yes, I do have a Discord. The description of all my videos and live streams have all my links. So I have a ton of different social medias, and I do have a Discord. So you can find it there. Just look through the description. And in fact, where you see like YouNow, Facebook, Tumblr, all that, the bottom of that list is the very last one is Discord. So yes, Finn would have had. I don't use it a whole lot, but it's there, and I'm in so many different places, but it's there, and I get notifications. So I do try to go there once in a while, but I'm not on there all the time, just for what it's worth. Would have been a great character art, but Disney, yeah, well, Dave Filoni. I called the garbage cut and paste job halfway through the Force Awakens and got called a hater until Jar Jar Abrams came out after initially denying it and admitted they cut and pasted the whole script. Yep. It's a whole freaking mess. I never cared for him or any sequel era character, to be honest, though some did have potential if done well, which they weren't. No, they sure weren't. End of line. Yes. It's crazy how you be called a toxic fanboy for pointing out the flaws in the sequels, yet you can shit on the prequels without any precaution. Correct. Yep. People used to attack the maker himself, and now you call out trash, and people are like, "Oh, you're this, you're that." It's called a defense mechanism. That's what that is. They have no defense. They have no way to justify or defend the sequel. So then what do they got to do? Try to make it about you. I've been here since the Mr. Rinzler support stream. How is Rinzler doing? I haven't spoken to him in a little bit, but last I heard he's doing okay. His levels did go down or did go up some, but I do need to reach out to him. It's been a little while. I just have been so overwhelmed. I've got so much going on. I don't like the prequel memes. I view it as making fun of the prequels. Like if you're going to make fun of movies, make fun of bad ones like the Disney films. Can't argue that. It seriously pushed me off when Rey protested and yelled, "I don't need you to hold my hand," at Finn as he tried to help her keep her from getting caught or shot by the stormtroopers. Yep. That's Kathleen Kennedy. Rey is Kathleen Kennedy. Always remember that. Daisy, I hate working with these people, but I want to be remembered as someone working with them. Yep. What model of Lambo would you get? Man, it's hard to say. I really like the old Miura. I always loved the Diablo. I love the Murcielago. The Aventador is really nice. I'm not much on the Gallardo. I'd like them all. I mean, honestly, but plus they're very expensive and a lot to deal with maintenance wise. So I probably wouldn't want an older one because parts and so I would probably get like a latest model, like a Veneno or something like that. I don't know. I've never been in that situation, so I haven't even begun to that. It's like whenever they come out with a new one, I'm like, oh, I want that one. So it's hard to say. And now they're making a lot of them. Before there used to be just like one model a year. Now they're making so many. I also like the truck. Right now I can't remember the name of it, but so it would be hard. I like many of them. That's the thing. A Murcielago LP640. Lamborghini were around that long. Oh, Lamborghinis have been around 60s. Started off, funny little story for anybody. We'll go off Star Wars for just 1 minute. Ferruccio Lamborghini was a tractor builder in Italy. You know, like farm tractors, big tractors. So, you know, big gearboxes and machinery, big axles and transmissions. So he knew his mechanics. And especially like heavy duty mechanics. So then Ferrari, Enzo, started making sports cars in his vicinity around Modena. So Ferruccio Lamborghini bought a Ferrari because he thought they looked nice, and he was driving around, but he noticed that the clutch was a piece of shit. It was always having problems. So he went to Enzo and said, "Hey, look, you know, this car's all right, but you got to fix these damn clutch. Your gearbox is shit." And Enzo laughed at him and said, "Oh, really? See if you can make something better." Guess what he did? He made something a lot better. Because if you know about Ferraris and you know about Lamborghinis, Lamborghinis roast the fuck out of Ferraris. In every aspect, they're handmade 100%. The stitching in the seats is made by a little Italian woman. They're faster, they're stronger, they're more reliable. Now, there are some awesome Lamborghinis, Ferraris out there. There's like the Enzo, it was $1 million car. But Lamborghini did exactly that. He said, "Oh, really?" And he started making sports cars. And they always roast the fuck out of Ferraris. So, there's a little story for you. That's how Lamborghini came about, because Enzo thought he was so fucking bad. 60s. The memes are a labor of love, not mockery. I don't like kills stormtroopers 10 minutes later. Yes. His own boys, right? Fart Awokens, The Last Jack-Off, The Rise of Soy Walker. Yep. It's hilarious how most everyone on social media is going after Star Wars with their thoughts on how they would fix Star Wars. Yeah. Yep. And I've told you guys many times, there's only one way to fix it. There's literally only one way, because it's a big fucking mess. And there's no way you're going to untangle all of that. What you need to do is go back to October 31st, 2012, and start from zero. Start from George with George's sequel trilogy. And there's only one way to do that.
Wipe them out. All of them.
It's all got to go. I've been here since the High Republic stream in January. For some reason, it's not working for me when I join your Discord. I don't think the link has changed. I'll have to check. Let me see something. Use the link in this stream's description, because I just did, and it's opening, and it's yeah, I'm here. I see Deck Tunics there. It says here Ryan John hopped into the server. Should be working. Let me know if it's still not working. Yes, wipe them out. Piss me off, not push me off. I got you. I knew what you meant either way. I love ripping on bad movies. I can't make fun of Milo and Stitch. because that's the stuff that happened to those animals is so cruel. You have to watch Troll 2. Oh, yes. I've had a few children ask me if my 2003 Celica GTS with factory TRD body, Toyota Racing Development kit, is a Lamborghini. Nice. Just a little thing there, because some people, like with their little rice burners, think they're doing something, or like, oh, look at this video, I beat a Lamborghini. Okay, number one, it doesn't matter what car it is, the driver. Number two, you are spending thousands of dollars to turn a little car into a fast car, whereas a Lamborghini comes right off the factory and is going to roast 99% of cars out there. So I get it. It's a much more expensive car, but it's also made to function that way. You are altering and adding all this stuff, thousands of dollars on top of a Honda Accord to make it try to compete. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, and there's a lot of guys that do some awesome custom work, and they're very fast cars, by all means. But just remember that you're pushing a car that's not intended to do that, to do things, whereas the Lamborghini is designed to do 200 and plus miles an hour. It's all about the driver. All I know is some girls turns into a vegetable and some guys scream, "Oh my God." I hear it's not just bad, it's really bad. It sits 3 feet off the ground, or 3 inches off the ground, and it honestly could be mistaken for one if it were debadged. Blessed to drive one despite my wheelchair and not have to drive a handicap van. Yeah, well, that's awesome. Troll 2 is so bad, it's really good. My Mercedes is a pain in the ass. Expensive toys equal cost of repairs. Yeah, I used to have a 85 Mercedes 300D turbo diesel. Beautiful car. It used to ride like you're on air and just gorgeous. But man, getting parts and repairs, and it's just things kept, little things kept going wrong, and they are costly. You got to keep them up. Absolutely. Lighter fluid in a 55-gallon drum is all you need to fix the cycles. Yep. Many hardcore Clone Wars fans never realize how much canon it breaks. Correct, because they're not thinking. They're people that are just caught up in like, ooh, look, shiny, and not thinking about the consequences of what they're looking at. Why? Because they're not real Star Wars fans. If you were a true Star Wars fan, you would be always conscious and subconscious, but definitely conscious of like, well, if that just happened, that's contradicting what I saw in the movie. So this is why I'm saying a lot of times Clone Wars fans aren't really Star Wars fans. They're Clone Wars fans. And I know that some people get, but that's Star Wars. No, it's not. The Clone Wars is not Star Wars. As sad and ironic as that is, it's not Star Wars because it contradicts Star Wars. All 7 seasons, and especially 7th fucking season. Holy shit. Clone Wars could have been the best damn Star Wars show ever made. Then Dave Dildoni took full control, and now they're saying Qui-Gon Jinn was never really a Force ghost. Yeah. Dave's an idiot. To think it'd be pretty easy to make the GL sequels. All you need to do is take the scripts from the Lucasfilm Vault and go to Lucas to edit some of it, and then voila, you're all set. Yes, but the problem is that what would have to happen for them to do that? Several things. They'd have to admit they were wrong. They'd have to beg George Lucas for help, and they would have to delete their nonsense. Also, you already have some improved art like the Jedi Bell Temple. Yep. In the court debacle regarding the sequels. Okay, we can talk about that first. I can roast nearly any factory vehicle with my 2008 Yamaha R6. I love all fast cars, but I'd never go 186 miles an hour in a vehicle. It's scary enough on two wheels and way easier to lose control with four wheels. I would argue the opposite, that you're insane to be riding a motorcycle that fast. You're going to lose control much easier on that. You hit a little pothole on a bike, dude, you're going to go flying. You hit one in a car, you got a chance. You got four wheels. You got all-wheel drive in a Lamborghini. You pop a tire on a motorcycle, you're finished. You're doing 150 miles and you pop a tire. Clone Wars canon stream. Yeah, a lot of you have been asking me to. I will do it. Ahsoka here, Ahsoka there, Ahsoka everywhere. If Dave Filoni made my mattress, Ahsoka would be under my bed. She is under your bed. She's in your closet. She's in Dave Filoni's little sex toy box is where she's at. Oh, man. The Dildoni universe. Just 1 second. Yeah, let me know if you're having problems with Discord. It seems to be working. All right. Ahsoka here, Ahsoka there. So with inflation taken into consideration, which is the highest box office? Star Wars, the original, over $3 billion. Yep. It totally roasts. The three Disney movies combined don't even add up to the original Star Wars. Yep. So you put a perspective on what's what. Phantom Menace, when it came out, made $1 billion in '99. That's also something to put into perspective because there was no internet and cell phones and all that. I mean, there was, but they were like freaking primitive rocks back then. So for The Force Awakens in 2015, yeah, $2.5 billion is a lot, but how much did it cost? Reshoots, marketing. It didn't make that much money. Plus, it should have made much more. If I had Disney, if I had that Star Wars franchise in 2015, that movie would have made over $3 billion. 3 generations of fans bringing it back after so many years. That movie, with my eyes closed, would have made $3 billion. And Episode 9 would have made $5 billion. Not even trying, not even without any effort, I would have made $5 billion off that movie because I would have done it correctly. The worst offense of Clone Wars is Anakin is so much better than the prequels. Anakin is supposed to be likable. He's arrogant, jealous, and has a lust for power, which leads to his fall. Correct. If you like that Anakin better than you like, then you aren't a Star Wars fan. Because who Anakin is in the prequels. That's who he is, whether you like that or not. And if you don't like that, that's okay. If you prefer something else, that's okay. But that clearly shows you're not a Star Wars fan. Because what is Star Wars is those movies. And if that's what you like and appreciate, then that means you're a Star Wars fan. If you like something else, well, then guess what? You like something else that's not Star Wars. You don't get to pick and choose an Anakin that you like. You either like the true Anakin or you don't. And if you don't, which is okay, you're not a Star Wars fan. Sorry. It is what it is. Would you have the original trilogy or save Anakin from turning to the dark side? I think that's a rhetorical. I'm not joking. Someone on TikTok actually asked that. Well, that's, you know. Dummies. As MT, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you stopping in on YouNow. This is streaming over from my YouTube main stream, but I am watching the chat on YouNow. So if you have any questions, comments, I will see them. And I appreciate you stopping by. And if you would leave your free 20 likes, I appreciate that too. The nicest thing I could say about Rebels is Maul and Obi-Wan fighting was awesome, and Sabine and Hera were hot. Yeah, but we saw Maul die in The Phantom Menace, so was it really awesome? By the way, in the Clone Wars timeline, Episode 2, Anakin turns into Episode 3 Anakin in 2 months. Yes. I'll give you that. If I get a flat or hit a pothole, I would be no bueno. And those supercars have extremely advanced suspension and control systems. Yes. Yeah, a new Lamborghini has all-wheel drive, and it's got very advanced computers in it. And now, I'm not saying that they're the safest cars because they're meant to be light and for speed. You hit a tree with a Lamborghini, you're not going to be in great shape, although they are designed to very much crumple and try to save you. But anything going fast like that, you're going to be in bad shape. But I'd rather lose control 150 in an all-wheel drive Lambo than on a motorcycle, that's for sure. All right. Let's look at, since Deck Tunics was asking, I didn't have time to find the original article, but Bounding into Comics, my buddy over there, John Trent, does good work, and we'll just go off of his article, or their article. I'm not sure who. Yeah, it was John. Ninth Circuit Court Judge Kenneth K. Lee calls The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker mediocre and schlocky in ConAgra ruling. This was June 1st. Ninth Circuit Court Judge Kenneth K. Lee referred to the Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy films The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker as mediocre and schlocky in a recent ruling regarding a class action lawsuit against ConAgra Foods, Inc. On the 25th and 26th pages of the ruling, Lee wrote, under the settlement, ConAgra agreed to refrain from marketing Wesson oil as 100% natural. That sounds great, except that ConAgra already abandoned their strategy in 2017, 2 years before the parties hammered out their agreement for reasons it claims were unrelated to this or any other litigation. He continued, even worse, ConAgra's promise not to use the phrase 100% natural on Wesson oil appears meaningless because ConAgra no longer owns Wesson oil. In reality, this promise is about being as meaningful and enduring as a proposal in the final rose ceremony on The Bachelor. Simply put, Richardson, the new owner of Wesson oil, can assume using the 100% natural label at any time it wishes, thereby depriving the class of any value theoretically afforded by the injunction. ConAgra thus essentially agreed not to do something over which it lacks the power to do. The judge then made a comparison to the two Star Wars sequel trilogy films produced by Disney. He wrote, that is like George Lucas promising no more mediocre and sloppy Star Wars sequels shortly after selling the franchise to Disney. Such a promise would be illusory. And if you didn't think he was referring to The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker, Lee made it clear he was in a footnote. The footnote reads, as evident by Disney's production of The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. Lawyer Ted Frank, the director of litigation at Hamilton Lincoln Institute and the founder of the Center for Class Action Fairness, who represented M. Todd Henderson in the lawsuit, commented on Lee's ruling and its direct reference to the Disney Star Wars sequels. He wrote on Twitter, also, the Ninth Circuit makes it official, holding that as a matter of law, Disney's The Last Jedi was mediocre and schlocky. right here. Here's a footnote. As evident by Disney's production of The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. And here it is. That is like George Lucas promising no more mediocre and schlocky Star Wars sequels shortly after selling the franchise to Disney. So there's where you have the court ruling. Now, it's not a direct court ruling on the sequels, as you can see, because some people probably twisted that. But it was used as a specific reference, and it is in official court records that official reference was used in this lawsuit against Wesson and ConAgra. So there you go. It's official. Even a judge and several lawyers, not just that one, pointed out that Disney sequels are trash. Oh, he who laughs last. Oh boy. Let's see what you guys are talking about, and we'll go on to the next. Centrifugal force keeping the bike upright in an active and inactive straight line without and outside influence like a pothole. It's legit difficult to lay the bike down at those speeds with most two-wheel drive cars. Yeah. That's another problem going around a corner in a straight line, but couldn't Mother forget the name have made him waist and legs grow back instead of making robotic ones? Mother Talzin. Yeah, I'm possibly. But here's the thing. She too is non-canon. So even if she did do that, it still doesn't remedy the fact that Maul died in The Phantom Menace. There's lots of over the years talk that George Lucas was the one that brought back Maul, but I never heard that from George Lucas. I've never seen official notes from George Lucas. That's Dildoni claiming that. So at the end of the day, what is canon? 1 through 6. What did we see? Darth Maul getting chopped in half, the screen turning red, and him going down the shaft. He's dead. Just think, like, okay, Anakin gets chopped up. He's burnt up. He's there in the lava, but he's burnt to hell. He's crispy bacon, but he's still, like, there. You know what I mean? And Palpatine comes like right after, and okay, theoretically could have saved him with machinery and technology and all that. Okay, Maul is chopped in half. He didn't lose a limb. His intestines, guts. He can't take a shit. He can't. You understand? Now you could argue he could be put into a suit, or somehow they could do something. Okay, one is if he was like Fennec or Westworld, where internally they fixed his tubing, but it wouldn't be that way. He's still cut in half, but he's got robot legs attached to him. Does he have a little freaking poopy hole in the back of those legs? I don't think so. So there's one problem. Second, him falling down that shaft is not like him laying there, like if he was on the edge of that, right around that shaft. He falls down that shaft. Eventually, he's going to hit bottom. And when he hits bottom, his legs, but especially his head, are going to hit. And what's going to happen when his head hits? It doesn't matter if Palpatine or somebody comes along to save him. He's freaking squashed like a bug because he went down a giant shaft. Understand? His legs, his bones, his chest, everything would have been crushed. And his head is going to like a grape. So even the thought of like them recovering the body and putting him back together is unrealistic. It's not like Anakin that's laying there and you could pick him up, put him in a stretcher, you know, put tubes in him, give him back to, and okay, I could go with that. But when you're falling down a shaft, you're going to hit bottom at some point. And when you hit bottom, you're going to be a squishy fucking, you're going to be like a bug on a windshield. Typical two-wheel drive fast car, just sneezing could cause you to lose control. Yeah. Again, the driver. Interview that judge on a live stream. That would be funny, huh? Never say never. I haven't thought of it, but never say never. Tell me you're a Star Wars fan without saying you're a Star Wars fan. It shows guy drinking green milk. I'd show them not my Star Wars intro. Yeah, that should have been used in the court evidence. Who's your favorite female Star Wars character? Ahsoka. Yeah. Oh boy. Hugh Janus. huge anus. Hey, thanks for stopping in the stream. I appreciate it. Oh boy. Sabine. Star Wars villain, Kylo. Mediocre and sluggy, yes. Do you guys remember the other day? I forget if it was on YouTube. It might have been on YouTube now, but I think it was on YouTube. And I was mentioning that, and it's kind of like what I said earlier today. I got a lot of shit, and I know a lot of you did too. So the whole fandom did. But remember that I'm very public. I've got a channel called Not My Star Wars. I've had people tell me that I should fucking die, that I should walk out into traffic and die, because I point out facts about a shitty ass movie. All right. So, and what I was saying is that people are going to deny things, but over time, you know, there was people that are like, oh, 10 years, you'll see these movies are going to be loved. No, they're not. People already hate them, and people have already forgotten about them. In 10 years, they will be a long lost memory. Ain't nobody going to be talking about Rey or any of this nonsense. So, but what I also had mentioned is that a lot of people in the beginning didn't want to say anything, fear of losing their friends or jobs or being ridiculed or whatever. Now it's to the point where we're past that, guys. And you're going to start seeing, and we've seen it over time. Like Scott Mendelson even like broke down and was like, yeah, that shit was shit. JJ admitted they didn't have a plan. This judge is saying this, and several others. And eventually people are just going to break down and be like, yeah, I can't lie about it anymore. I've tried to defend it for like the past 5 years and I can't. So you're going to see more and more and more people calling this shit out. This is incredible. Yes. Vindication. Correct. And it's a win for all of us. I'm not saying that I'm the only one that's done the work. There's many other YouTubers, as all of you as well. You don't have to be as vocal as me, but for someone that takes so much shit, that has this public channel that calls shit out all the time. You're trying to blackpill. You're trying to do this. You're just a hater. You just hate Disney, so you make shit up. You're crazy. You're an idiot. You should fucking die. You should be banned from the internet. I was right. Again. Someone on TikTok made fun of someone who didn't watch Rebels and asked who Jabba the Hutt was. Why do you need Rebels to know who Jabba is? He's not even in that show. Yeah. Well, again, if you don't know who Jabba is, you're not a Star Wars fan. Sabine, because Leia, whatever. Least favorite Star Wars villain, Kathleen Kennedy. Correct. The Dark Lord of the Sith, indeed. Original cast, whatever. Did Baloney ever explain how did Maul survive episode 1? No, but he got caught in a little bit of a lie. They were talking about it one day. It was Sam Witwer, Katie Lucas, Dave Filoni, and I forget if someone else, I want to say Ashley Eckstein was there too. Anyways, Dave Filoni's going on they're talking about how Maul got his legs, and Dave Filoni says, well, when we, created his legs, and Katie Lucas said, excuse me, and stops him. I just have to interject and say that those legs came from the EU. And Dave's like, oh yeah, well, yeah, they're from the EU. They were taken from the EU, and the design, and he got totally busted. Once again, trying to take credit, because I will remind you, Ahsoka is not his creation. That is George Lucas's Ashla. He created for his daughters. He handed it to Dave to develop her, but that's George Lucas's creation. And Maul's legs are EU stuff that Dave Filoni was trying to take credit for. So that there shows you, 1, he's a fucking liar. 2, he tries to take credit for shit. And 3, that I've never heard from George Lucas that he created Maul to come back with legs. Dave Filoni did that. That's Dildoniverse. So, did he actually explain how he survived? No. He did explain. There was a comic book, I think it was. And they show that originally he was like in this pile of battle droids and like using the Force, he gathered all these different scrappy pieces from the battle droids and made his legs. That was like the EU explanation of it, and where they kind of grew off of that. It's in a comic book. I don't remember which one, but that's where they originally came from. And then Dave in Clone Wars doing that nonsense. Hey George, when does Ahsoka die? George, sometime before Rev. Dave, The Force Awakens. Dave Filoni will henceforth be referred to as by me as Cowboy Dildoni. There you go. Cowboy Dildoni. Dave would probably say some crap like, Maul has so many midichlorians that they resurrected him and created his spider legs until Savage found him. Savage found him, yeah. I've never read that whole comic book. I've just seen like panels and kind of know the general story, so I can't tell you specifically all of it, but that's where it comes from. Ray taught Force levitation to Darth Maul. He didn't splat at the bottom of the shaft. You're right. My bad. Ray's hand knows everything. According to Dave, everyone survives falling for some reason. Yes. What do you say to those that say that the future Star Wars is Ahsoka or the Mandalorian? I mean, to me, that sounds way too disingenuous. I say that Star Wars died in 2012, October 30th, 2012. So whatever Dave Dildoni does is not Star Wars anyways. I don't want to subscribe to Girls with Sabers, but then I'll know when their next stream will start. Yeah. I find that you don't have to you don't have to be subscribed. If you check in on their channel every now and then, YouTube will show you. They will recommend it to you. So I'm not subscribed to Star Wars Theory, and I get his stuff. I see his stuff all the damn time. Ryan said everyone hated The Empire Strikes Back, and it was a financial failure. That was a lie. He's only saying that to make his disaster piece look better. Yes. And when you really break down The Last Jedi, it's all just a carbon copy of Empire anyways. A poorly trashy version of it. But yes, Mahler does a great job of showing you that. Okay, good. You're not missing out on anything. Yeah. How big is your ego, Dave? Probably bigger than that hat on your fucking head. Probably. Ezra's more annoying than Ahsoka. Yeah. I don't get it. Which part? Gildoni? Why didn't they bring Ezra to Mando? Could happen. You might even see him in Bad Batch. Dildoni seems like the type of kid who would narc to the adults when the other kids were slightly misbehaving. Yeah. You need Rebels to know who Jabba is. You're not missing anything, and Jabba's not in Rebels. Yeah, well, that's what happens when Disney does all this mess. Everybody that watches this shit is confused now. They don't know who's who, where they come from, what the story is. Excuse me, are you looking out the window while the teacher's talking? Yes. Yeah. And you see, that's the problem. You'll have people that watch Rebels but don't really watch the other stuff. So now they want to argue with you. But that's not how it happened. This is what happened in Rebels. And it's like, you do know there's 6 actual official canon movies that ridiculous Rebels contradicts, right? That's our Dildoni. Ezra and Rey are both the most annoying protagonists in Star Wars, or as I call it now, Starwokes. I think people at Lucasfilm are smoke too much death sticks. Yeah, they probably do. Too funny. Oh boy. Wasn't Jabba's original design in Rebels? Yes. Several years after Return of the Jedi. They are smoking way too many death sticks. I was going to wait longer, but I need to pee anyway. So I'm going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. I might as well now. I'll go pee. I'll get some more water, and we'll continue on. So rather than me like running back and forth for 2 minutes, I'll just go ahead and take a break now, and we'll continue on in like 5-10 minutes. So hang tight. There's still plenty of stuff to talk about, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Was it Java? It was one of the one with Lando, I think. Yeah, he was somewhere in there in Star Wars. So yeah, thanks for everybody for being here, and I will be back in just a few minutes. YouNow, also thank you over there. If you guys have any questions or comments, let me know. I'm looking at both sides chat. All right, so yeah, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. And I'll play a little intermission for you guys, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Where is... Well, first we need this. Where are you? Okay, there you are. The Martez sisters are the newest, most annoying protagonists in Star Wars. Yeah. We're going to talk about them in just a minute as well. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Thanks for being here, and we will pick up. I have plenty of other shenanigans to talk about. So, yes. See you in a few minutes.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy. The perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded items.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour. This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7'2". The gold insect droid from Star Wars, and there's a Jawa at his feet. R2-D2, C-3PO, and a Stormtrooper from the Star Wars movies. There were many R2-D2s used to make one character from the films. These are some of those. R2-D2 was sometimes played by a man in a suit named Kenny Baker. Luke's Landspeeder from Star Wars. This was an actual car that was ridden. The miniature Landspeeder was used for long-distance shots. They gave the impression of the Landspeeder floating by putting mirrors underneath the fuselage of the ship. The Imperial speeder bike used in Return of the Jedi. At times it was doubled by a miniature speeder bike with a puppet representing the different characters sitting on it. The TIE Interceptor from Return of the Jedi, along with some miniature TIE Interceptors.
It's broken. Can you understand what he's saying?
I'm not a protocol droid.
I'm pretty sure that beep is down.
I sense Count Dooku is above us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Beep is up. I think.
The Rebel X-Wing fighter, complete with R2-D2 in the back. Boba Fett's Slave One. The ship was inspired by a street light post. The Y-Wing. The Snowspeeder. Both Rebel crafts. A miniature pilot from the Rebel Snowspeeder. This is the probe droid that found the rebels on the ice planet Hoth. The generator on the ice planet. The Millennium Falcon. This is a large 4-foot version of the model that was built for Star Wars. You can see the corner of the smaller 6-inch model that was built for Empire Strikes Back. The ship was also built full-size in England by a shipbuilding firm in Wales.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
That's the thermal detonator that Princess Leia threatens to blow up Jabba the Hutt with. The Rebel blaster. Imperial Stormtrooper blaster. Luke's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. The Tusken Raider and his gaffy stick from Star Wars. The 3 helmets here are 2 Imperial helmets and Luke's X-Wing helmet from Star Wars. This is the Imperial Beetle helmet. Luke's X-Wing helmet. And the Imperial Guard helmet from Return of the Jedi. 3 bad guys helmets from Star Wars movies. The Stormtrooper. The Snowtrooper from Empire Strikes Back. And of course Darth Vader from all 3 Star Wars films. C-3PO's mask from all 3 Star Wars films. An Imperial controller helmet from Star Wars. And Luke's Rebel helmet that he used on the Imperial speeder bike, seen here in the miniature. This is a prototype for the Tauntaun, the creature that Luke and Han rode in Empire Strikes Back. And this is a stop-motion version of the Tauntaun. These are miniature figures used on the sand skiff when the rebels escaped from Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi. The Jawa Sandcrawler from Star Wars. This is a radio-controlled model that was filmed in the deserts of Southern California. The different versions of the Millennium Falcon. The Imperial Shuttle from Return of the Jedi. 2 different versions. This is one of the creatures from Jabba's palace. This is Bubo. And that's Jabba himself. It's actually a half-scale Jabba. Boba Fett from Empire and Jedi. This is the cockpit dashboard of the land speeder. Jabba's sail barge from Return of the Jedi. This was built full size in Yuma, Arizona. The Wampa ice creature from Empire Strikes Back.
May the Force be with us.
All right, all right. Mother of Swords, thank you for inviting people on YouNow. I appreciate it. If you're still around, thank you so much. Wow, 200 likes. Thank you so much, Mother of Swords. I think she left, popped out. Okay. Wow, that's awesome. 200 likes she gave me. Sweet. And thanks. This guy says, juggling. That's what you do as a YouTuber. As a streamer, anyways. All right. See what you guys are talking about. Here's my thoughts on all the protagonists in Stairworks. Rey is a goody two-shoes. Ezra is annoying. Ahsoka is a traitor. The kid in Resistance is Ezra, but worse. Din is too trusting. Jin was pretty. There you go. Baby Jan. Han is not Han. Hunter is just a space Rambo with a face tattoo. Yes. Love you too, baby girl. Why is so lazy Disney with the Skywalker Saga DVD set? It always looks like they didn't care. If I were to make the cover, I would hire a guy to do beautiful painting of the Lars farm. They should have got the guy, what's his name? Drew Struzan, I think it is. That did all the movie covers for the original Star Wars stuff. Hello. Luke would look at the twin sons and Anakin would be mourning his mom. I'd hire a guy to do that, but then Disney would force Rey in there and have her bury the lightsabers, ruining the painting. Yes. Everyone knows how to fix Star Wars. They don't even know what's canon. Yes. Yeah, everybody, it's funny. Like, people are like, well, I would make this show and I would do this show. And it's like, the first thing you need to do is, first of all, get rid of all the Disney nonsense, because that all convolutes and destroys Star Wars. And then you need to make George's sequel trilogy. That's how you fix Star Wars. Anything short of that, you're just wasting your time. I'm going to make a 4-hour cut of Rots. That's cool. You're going to add the deleted scenes. No, I'm going to mix it with the last arc of the Clone Wars. Yeah. Which totally contradicts the Rots. So stupid. To make it fit better in the canon. Yes. Do you think Anakin fulfilled the prophecy in Return of the Jedi or Revenge of the Sith? Return of the Jedi. It's not even... That's not a thought. Return of the Jedi. When George Lucas himself says it. Anakin, even when he's Darth Vader, is still the chosen one. He fulfills the prophecy by destroying the Sith, meaning killing the Emperor and killing himself. From George Lucas's lips. And that's not the exact quote, but like 99% accurate of what he said. It's in the Skywalker Legacy if you ever want to see it. Anakin on the prequels is likable. On the first 30 minutes of Rots, he is a hero. Not to mention how humble he is on episode 1. Yes. If there's one thing I agree with Star Wars Explained on, it's Palpatine coming back as a clone as a bad idea. I think he said he's starting to like that idea when the Bad Batch came out. Now, those two don't know the first thing about Star Wars or canon either. Complete canon's timeline, and none of it is canon. None of it. How come J.J. Abrams didn't direct all 3 films? He didn't even want to do the first film. I actually talked about this in my very first video. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. He didn't even want to do the first film. KK basically pressed him and begged him, and he agreed to do the first film. But he was only going to do the first film. Then, and there was no plan. I mentioned this from the beginning, way back. There was no plan. They just handed it off to Rian Johnson, and then, okay, you do whatever you want with it. Then Rian Johnson really fucked it all up and broke entire freaking Star Wars. So then they begged JJ to come back, and he wasn't going to do it, but they finally got him to agree to come back. Probably a whole lot of money. But he didn't even want to do it in the first place. It would have been a mess if he did anyhow. Sidious Return, how could Anakin bring balance to the Force in Return of the Jedi? Because Disney Star Wars is not Star Wars. It's fan fiction. In real Star Wars 1 through 6, you see that Anakin fulfills the prophecy. Yoda said they could have misunderstood the prophecy. Could Anakin bring balance as Vader and fighting the Jedi and diminishing the light side of the Force? No. Again, from George Lucas's lips, he says that Anakin fulfilled the prophecy. So, Star Wars Explained. He says everything new that comes out fits in the universe so well it makes the movies better. How? Because it says Star Wars on the title. Correct? Yep. Those two, my lord. Talk about clueless. And they have that huge audience. But that's why we are where we are at with Star Wars, because you've got the biggest channels putting out complete misinformation. YouNow, I'm going to refresh. Let me reshare because I was getting the spinning wheel of death over here. Okay. Yeah. If it's fan fiction, I wouldn't even call it fan fiction if the people who made these movies aren't fans. Yeah, I say that for a lack of a better word. I don't know what else to. It's Dildoniverse. Do you think people are rejecting Disney as canon? Yes. It never was canon to begin with. It's just now people are starting to realize that. But a lot of people always did. Never was canon. Kathy, Dave, JJ, and Ryan hate Star Wars. It's a fact. Absolutely, it's a fact. Did Ryan derail only for the sake of derailment? Ryan has an ego. He thinks he knows Star Wars, which he clearly does not. And he wanted to make his film, his interpretation of Star Wars. He didn't have any regard for Lucas's 6 films or The Force Awakens that came before it. All he was concerned with was making his film. And he admits that. I have quotes of him saying that that's what he was worried about. His film, not the universe, not everything else or canon. He was worried about his film. So, yeah, pretty much. To get going, see you later. Okay, Ryan, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. So early? Thanks for stopping by, man. All right. What should we look at next? Bob Iger? Why not? Why not? Which movie do you think botched it up more, Last Jedi or Rise? Last Jedi, far and away. Last Jedi is the worst. Last Jedi is just a trash movie. Never mind anything to do with Star Wars. It's a horrible movie. It's terribly made. It looks pretty, but it's a freaking garbage-ass movie. Now you put it in the Star Wars universe, and it's fucking even more awful. Then you put it in a trilogy, and holy shit, it's totally contradicts the trilogy. It's not even trying. Last Jedi, far and away. Rise of Skywalker sucked, but the one that really truly broke everything was Last Jedi. That's not even close. Wouldn't have minded The Force Awakens of The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker were actually good. Force Awakens wasn't a great movie, but at least it tried to set some things up. JJ executed terribly, but it tried to set some things up. It had the next person, or even JJ himself, built off of that, they would have had a chance. But Rey was already a Mary Sue. Finn was already a dumbass. It was already screwed. When I walked out of Force Awakens, it's like I've told you guys many times, I said, Star Wars is done. That's it. It's over. The Star Wars that we knew and loved is done. It's finished. It's now Disney's space fantasy thing. We think episode 1 to 6 is the only canon. It is the only canon. It's not a matter of thinking or wanting or hoping or opinion. It's fact. That is the only canon. I wouldn't mind The Force Awakens if it didn't have a Star Wars logo attached to it. Yeah, I mean, if it was just some Disney space thing. It looked as if Snoke was supposed to be the puppet master and Kylo the villain. Yeah. Rian Johnson did a great job with that, didn't he? I gave The Last Jedi a 2/10. No one got mad at me for it. I'm impressed. There you go. It's a horrible movie. It's terrible. Rise of Skywalker retconned Anakin as the chosen one, bringing back Palpatine. Yep. It did a lot of things. And I will remind you, Ahsoka is a Force ghost in that movie. So for anybody that wants to tell me, she's not a Jedi. Yeah, she is. Bringing Sidious back was lazy and made the prior two films make less of a sense. Yep. Absolutely. That's why they're not canon, because they contradict what is pre-established. And you can't do that. You can't just rewrite history. It's not how that works. The Force Awakens tried to start something, but since The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker were trash, The Force Awakens ages worse and worse as time goes on. Yep. The Last Jedi on its own in the trilogy and in the saga is terrible. Yep. Yeah, it's just a horrible film. It's terrible. TLJ had the slowest, worst space chase in cinematic history. Yeah. Everything about that movie was dumb. A girl who grew up in the desert falls into a freaking huge pool of water and just swims. It's so ridiculous. It's so freaking stupid. Leia flying through space. I mean, everything. It's just absurd. The one thing I appreciated about TLJ is that it made people wake up to about this trilogy and destroyed the soulless nostalgia trip Jar Jar was giving them with the rehash Awakens. Yep. It started a whole movement of people that were like, this is ridiculous. Are those little Z's? Is that a sleepy smiley? How does the sequel trilogy negate the canon in major ways? All of it does. Palpatine coming back, Rey not having to train, Luke being a hermit, all of it. R2 under a tarp the entire time. Star Destroyers can't fly straight up. I mean, it's so freaking stupid. It's so freaking stupid. All of it. Do you think Grievous should have been the villain in episode 2 and Lucas should have cut Dooku's character? No, I love Dooku. Dooku's fantastic. Grievous was cool too, but no. Lucas knew what he was doing. That's his story. Dooku was fantastic. All right, let's look at Mr. Bobby. I've never seen Jar Jar Star Trek trilogy. I don't have plans on that because I feel like it's just going to be a nostalgia trip thing. Yeah, he destroyed that franchise too. He crapped all over that. And now he's going to do DC stuff. He's going to shit on fucking Superman. I don't know why people give this guy any work. Westworld was amazing. Then the last season was all fucking jacked up. What was that show he had? Lost, or is that what it was? I haven't seen it, but what I heard was it was great in the beginning, and then it got all fucking stupid. Everything that JJ touches, he destroys. And it's because these guys don't care about the history of these franchises. They just want to make their version of these films. They want to make their mark on a big name. And what they don't realize is that 10, 20, 50 years down the road, people are going to look back and be like, dude, you're the dumbass that fucked it up. Yeah, you got rich, but you're going to die being known as a dumbass. So it's a matter of what matters to you. And I guess what matters to them is just being rich and famous in the moment. Darth Jar Jar should have been the villain in episode 2. Yeah, this could have been. You know, and that's like what I tell you with Not My Star Wars. I got to deal with a whole bunch of shit right now. But 10, 20 years from now, people are going to be look back and be like, holy shit, he always told the truth. He always did the research. He always told us the facts. He was the one guy that was always consistent. He was the one person that was always correct and knew what he was talking about. He was the one guy that sided George Lucas on everything. Everybody else was telling all these rumors and stories and, you know, this is going to happen, and it never happens. So that's what I'm concerned with, is the long game, that people are going to remember this channel for the truth of it. Did Dooku and Grievous know of Palpatine's plan in episode 3? Did Dooku and Grievous know of Palpatine's plan in episode 3? No. That's why when Dooku gets his head cut off, he's like, what? No. Palpatine worked in the shadows. He would tell you as much as you need to know, but at the end he couldn't tell them his plan, because then he couldn't fulfill the plan. At the end of the day, Palpatine cares about one thing and one person, himself, and power rolling over everything and everyone. He doesn't care about Vader, Dooku, or anybody. They're all pawns, small. They're all just tools. Plus, you told me Jar Jar hates Star Trek, so I'm pretty sure he hates Star Wars as well. Yes, he himself says, I didn't grow up a Star Trek fan. I didn't even like the franchise. I like Star Wars. And yet he took on the Star Trek films. Now, look at it from his end. A company approaches you and says, hey, we want to give you like $100 million to make this film. Well, if you want me to do it. So I kind of get it. My thing is, people don't have freaking scruples or what's the word I'm looking for? Not morality, but what's the damn word I'm looking for? Integrity. You see, Dave Filoni, he does all this bullshit so that he can make his little Ahsoka show. But if he truly loved Star Wars and he truly cared about George Lucas, a long time ago, he would have said, no, Rian Johnson, you cannot do that to Luke Skywalker. No. Ahsoka has to die. All these things that he should have stood up for and should have done, he didn't do. He has no integrity. He just wants to continue to make Dildoniverse stuff. because you should, regardless of the money, be willing to walk off the set if you're seeing Luke Skywalker, the hero to the world, being turned into that fucking piece of shit. And he was right there on the set, allowing it to happen. And he should have said right then and there, Kathy, you're not going to do this to Luke Skywalker, not with me at Lucasfilm. So either I'm going to walk off the set, or you guys got to change this path. You can't do this to Luke Skywalker. And very well, Kathleen and Ryan would have been like, all right, get the fuck out of here, bye. But at least he could have walked away, and then people would be like, why'd you walk away, dude? And he'd be like, because they're about to shit all over Luke Skywalker. And everybody would have respected him. Now, he's got to live with all this damage that he's done and continues to do. And a lot of people haven't figured it out yet, but every day more and more people are figuring it out. And you're going to look back and you're going to be like, holy shit, why is Star Wars such a mess? And all of it has Dave Filoni's name on it. That's why it's a mess. Damn, I don't know which part, but don't watch Jar Jar. Yeah, it's terrible. Lost, yeah. Mary, okay, gotcha. Do you think Yoda and Sidious duel should have been their only saber fight in the prequels? Yeah. Yeah, there's no need for more. Plus, again, Lucas knows what he's doing. That's his story, so. Yep. Mary's just in the Rise of Skywalker, so people can say, remember Lost? Yeah, because he got all those friends in there. Same thing with Kerry Russell. And same thing with Fat Boy Ben. What's his Snap Wexley? God, I love it when he flies into the side of the fucking Star Destroyer. I love it. Did he also make Cloverfield? I want to say yes, but I'm not sure. Bad version of Godzilla, yeah. I didn't hate it, but Colin seemed like the only director who cared, and they fired him for JJ again. Yeah, Colin would have probably made a pretty decent. Yep. But it didn't fit in their narrative. That's the problem. It was a master plan by who? Dildoni? Good to see you, Starfreakist. What was the battle over Coruscant really about in episode 3? To scare the Senate, to destabilize the system, to show everyone, see, we need the clones, we need to fight back, we need to build this army and justify all of this, and for me to assume power, because you can see that what's happening, that the Republic doesn't work. You see, everything's out of control. That's what it was about. Scaring the Senate into giving him power. What was the major function on the Separatists in the prequels? They were pawns. They were tools of Palpatine. Again, to destabilize the Republic. To really, they were the springboard to start the Clone Wars. So that the Clone Wars would then justify Palpatine getting power over the Republic. That was the main function of the Separatists, because he didn't care about any of them. He didn't want a battle droid army. Remember, they shut them all down. He didn't have any intention of keeping them or using them anyways. They were just tools to create. They were a false flag. They were used to create a war, the Clone Wars. Sidious playing chess against himself. Kind of, yeah. Why did he even make work on Star Trek when he barely watched the shows? I don't know. I have no idea why somebody would even give him a film. He's a hack. I have no clue. Noah Meter, thanks for watching. Because of money. Conviction. Because of money. I hear in the Abrams Star Trek movies, James T. Kirk is an asshole when in the show he was a caring leader. Correct. I thought it was KK's fault. They're all to be at fault, but most of this problem is Dave Filoni. He's the majority of the problem of all of this mess. KK signs off on it. I recently showed an interview where she says, I consult Dave Filoni on everything we do. It's all Dave. It's all freaking Dildoni. Phony, baloney, macaroni, Filoni. It's all him. The Apprentice. He doesn't give a goddamn about Star Wars. What even in Star Trek 9? What even is in Star Trek 9? Star Trek Into the Darkness and Star Trek Beyond. Is it an origin story, a remake, alternative timeline? It sounds so confusing. It's kind of all of those. Yoda had to lose. Yeah. I mean, technically, that's how else would Palpatine gain power? Did Cloverfield. Okay. Remake. Nice to be here. Oh, yeah. Good to see you, man. Can't wait for Star Trek 4, where it's based on the next generation, and Jean-Luc Picard is a Chinese spy with hair. Yes. It ought to be great. Give Battlestar Galactica a watch. Yeah, I always hear that's pretty good. I haven't had the time to watch it. Separatists lead to the Clone Wars, whom Palpatine used for Order 66. Correct. Right. I'm not watching Star Trek 09 and everything after. After Star Trek 10, Nemesis, I'm done. Nemesis is the last movie in the franchise. Star Trek Enterprise is also the last show. Scotty is in The Force Awakens. Really? I don't remember him in The Force Awakens. Where? Do you think JJ could have salvaged Rise and had he used another villain instead of Palpatine? Doesn't the title of episode 7 sound like a title for the last movie in a trilogy? No, you can't fix what was broken and didn't have a plan to begin with. I could fix it because I know the lore and understand the canon and care about Star Wars, but could JJ? No, he's clueless. He doesn't know the first thing about Star Wars, so no. The title of episode 8 sound like the title for a last movie in a trilogy. Yeah, it kind of does. He didn't come up with that title anyways. That was old from a comic book. So he didn't even come up with that name. Even though he said he did, but he didn't. He was a guy that Han ran into. Ran into where? On that rubble base where Han and Leia meet up? Or are you talking about at Maz's castle? Maybe Maz's castle, he bumps into somebody? I think he does. Kanji Club. Yeah, I think that was Maz's. Had written a planet ready to go for KK. What a waste. Yes. Freaking waste. Star Trek Insurrection was kind of stupid, yeah. For me, Star Trek was the old William Shatner, the original show, and then the Next Generation with Patrick Stewart, long before he lost his freaking mind. That's Star Trek. Outside of that, everything else I saw was, well, and there was the movies, of course, the original movies, but like the Wrath of Khan, you know. But everything else to me was like something else. Why did Ryan do it? Why did he derail? Well, like I said, because his ego. He wanted to make his movie. He didn't care about Star Wars. He just wanted to use the name, the franchise, to make his movie, to make his name. That's why. Because he doesn't give a fuck about Star Wars. That's why. You want to know why Ryan derailed? I'll tell you exactly where Ryan derailed.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
That's why. Right before the Rathtar breakout. So this is on that ship, on that big freighter. I don't remember Scotty being there. There's the little leprechaun guy, and then there's the Asian guy. Why did Disney not have a 3-film arc already for like Lucas? How would Lucas have done the sequel? Because Disney has an ego, and they thought they would do it better. They thought they knew Star Wars better than the fucking maker did. That's why. Because Disney's a bunch of dumbasses. That's why. How would Lucas have done the sequel? That's kind of a broad question. Like, how would he have physically done it? What was the story? What do you mean there? It's kind of a broad question. If you want to know what the sequel was about, I have a stream. It's about 5 hours long. It was where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy. It was a few months ago. And there I break it down very in detail. I show all the sources and articles and where it comes from. It was about Kira, not Rey, and it was a whole bunch of other stuff. Darth Maul and Darth Talon were not in the sequel trilogy. A lot of people get that mixed up. That was one idea he had, not what he did or what he was going to do, because Maul and Talon actually were being made into a game. And again, that stream goes into great detail about all of it. It was about Kira. And it was about the wills, how the Force works, what the Force is. Khan! Yes. People told me George Lucas told me George planned nothing and made everything up as he went along. Do research. Yes. Ooba. Not My Star Wars, the home of Baby Jin, the home of...
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
The home of Video Man.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
The home of the birth of the twins and Uba Uba. The home of this sweet guy, this sweet boy. The home of...
Fun!
Oh boy. He's like done a total 180. He's like total freaking SJW nutball. I mean, holy shit, this guy. He like in the new shows he gets shit on by women and he's like, yes, that's how it should be. Women should be cussing me out and slapping me around. It's like, it's ridiculous, this man. He used to be such an awesome captain and leader, and now he's just turned into a freaking nut. I don't know what happened to him, if he's old and senile or the money or what, but yes, that is exactly why Rian Johnson did what he did. Oh, man. I hate everything, says Ryan. I hate everything, says Ryan. Can't be a hack because he worked on Breaking Bad, Looper, and Knives Out. Oh, because he made a few good movies and a few episodes of a show, he's not a hack. First of all, he only did like 2 or 3 episodes of Breaking Bad. The reason people refer to it is because a lot of people say the best episode of that entire show was his. Okay, whatever. That's a little TV show. That's not a freaking Star Wars sequel trilogy movie. Looper, I haven't seen, or it's been a long time, so I can't really comment. Knives Out was okay. I mean, it really wasn't anything like out of this world. It wasn't Clue or something super clever. It wasn't terrible. It was a decent movie, but it wasn't like, some people are like, oh my God, he made Knives Out. And I'm like, okay, it's a pretty mediocre film. It's not anything out of this world. Without Hollywood, that's how. Yes. Me and a group of friends are trying to bring Lucas's sequel trilogy to life with all the information he gave to the public. Well, what do you mean? Like as in a fan film? Do you think it's a good idea making a prequel about Palpatine and Plagueis? Not really. Because you're just going to fuck it up more. If George Lucas wanted to, sure. If I had control of Lucasfilm, okay, I would get it correct. Do I want Disney to do it? No, because they're going to fuck it up more. And Plagueis will be like some transgender, whatever, and he didn't really train Palpatine. It was a clone, and like he'll just do some nonsense. So, no. People call George a hack, then turn around and praise Ryan. What the fuck? And again, because they're not Star Wars fans, because they never understood or loved Star Wars. It's that simple. Can any Star Wars material today be canon if LucasArts isn't behind that creation? Technically, yes. You, for example, could make a fan film that totally respects the canon. Sure. Would it be considered official? Because no, because Lucasfilm isn't going to acknowledge it. George Lucas, I guess, technically wouldn't acknowledge it either. But can it be made correctly and be canon? Yes. I could make canon stuff all day long. Absolutely. It's like I said in a previous stream. It's not that George Lucas has to make it. It's just that you have to know Star Wars, you have to love Star Wars, and you have to do the research and make sure that you are respecting canon so that you can yourself be within that canon. And if you maintain the canon and respect it, then yes, what you make can be canon. But what happens in all the fan films? They all start going and off and doing other shit that disregards or contradicts canon. And once you go against canon, guess what? You've decanonized yourself, because canon is not flexible. Canon is not breakable. Canon is not an option. Canon is facts, and facts are facts. So in order for you to maintain a continuity, a consistency, you must continue to tell facts. But yes, someone else, even outside of Lucasfilm, could make something canon. Absolutely. This is why the EU was never canon, because the EU also contradicts the films. The EU's great. The EU at least was respectful and is official Star Wars, because it was not only approved, but it was in the vein of trying to be Star Wars. The thing is, a lot of the EU was stuff that wasn't made in the movies, so it's like expounding on it on the side, or stuff that was after Return of the Jedi. So you could speculate that this could be right what happens. But it's not technically canon, because George could come along tomorrow and be like, there was no Thrawn. This is what really happened. Understand? Or like he said, there is no Mara Jade because Jedi do not marry. And Mara Jade is one of my favorite characters. It's not to disregard Mara Jade or the EU. I love the EU and I love Mara Jade. But it's not canon. Just because you want something to be doesn't mean that it is. But yes, you could make stuff that is canon. In fact, most fans do better than Lucasfilm. Darth Talon is from the Dark Horse Legacy Comics. Yes. Talon was awesome. She was gorgeous. Badass. And again, if you want to learn more about Talon and see that whole what about her and was she in the sequel trilogy and all that, there's a stream where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy. Disney greedy and didn't want GL's character, so they wouldn't have to pay him 25% royalties they agreed to when they bought Star Wars from George Lucas. Yes, correct. Video Man, the official mascot of Not My Star Wars. Speaking of which, do I still have my... I've been changing and moving things around, and no, I don't have the big Video Man anymore. Abrams' Star Trek trilogy also committed to the worst crime known to man. They made Spock scream Khan instead of Kirk. Yes. Yes. When did Disney become the property of someone else than Walt's heirs? When did it become a corporation? It's always been a corporation since the beginning, since the 20s. I don't know exactly when it changed hands. That I would have to research. I don't know that off the top of my head, but quite a while ago. Abigail Disney is one of the last living, she's like his granddaughter or great-granddaughter, I forget, but she's not even part of the board or anything. So it's been at least several decades. When exactly, I would have to research that. I don't know the correct answer. Yoda, whatever. Plus, I know that they did that because it's the line from Star Trek 2. Yes, they did indeed do that. Do you think Amazon will botch James Bond up since they bought MGM? Yes, absolutely they will. Especially when Bond is now going to be a black female. And I have nothing against black people, and I love me some females. But that's not who James Bond is. He's a white man. Just create a new spy series, make a new show, and you could have a black female, no problem. But yes, they are absolutely going to fuck up James Bond. People often think because George had many different versions of how to do the original trilogy that he didn't have a plan, which is still wrong. He had plans more than one. Yeah, and guys, sometimes people like, hey, Lance Jackson, thanks for watching. A plan doesn't mean that you have every little detail worked out. And let me tell you something. Most plans change all the time in life. You plan to go to Bermuda in June and your trip gets canceled or gets moved, or you had this hotel, but you arrive and the reservation's messed up. So now you got to get a new hotel room or a different hotel. I mean, that's life. Plans don't always work out exactly. You try your best to, plan things, but in real life, most plans don't go through as you had planned. So it's ridiculous for people that are like, but George changed his mind. And George, yeah, because you have to adapt with what's going on throughout the story, the production, Hollywood, the times. I mean, a lot of stuff, your budget. But there's a difference when you actually write something out and you're like, okay, we're going to start here and we're going to end here. And here's the steps in between, the main points, the plot points that lead from A to Z. And if along the way, you realize something doesn't fit or could be improved, tweaked, okay, then that's what George Lucas did. And people take it like, oh, he didn't know what he was doing. He was always changing his mind. No, he was adapting and improving and making things work and fit. Why? Because he cared about canon. Because he cared about the continuity and maintaining things that work correctly. So sometimes he had to switch and move things around. But when you watch the 6 movies, it doesn't break continuity once. Not one time does George Lucas break canon. And how does he do that? One, because he had a plan since like 1975, 76, if not earlier. And two, because you care and because you take with immaculate care, precision, and to make sure that everything fits and works. You're not just making shit up as you go along. You have the overall story in your mind. You already know what's supposed to happen. So when you know the overall story of what's supposed to happen and what the rules are of the universe, then the rest kind of falls into place. Amazon is going to mess up Lord of the Rings. Oh, you better believe they are. Oh, yes. Have you ever seen Game of Thrones? Well, put on your seatbelts, kiddies. When Obi-Wan comes out and he gets cussed out and punched for being a male, and Ewan says, that's how it should be, then wow. Yeah. Oh, wait till the Obi-Wan show. That's going to be a real gem. That's going to be a freaking gem. Lord. That show's going to be a freaking train wreck. Where's
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not nice
shirt,
pirate.
Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever. And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Yeah.
Yoda, whatever. That's your Disney Star Wars. Yeah, Clue was awesome. Clue was clever. Clue had multiple endings. Clue was well acted and thought out. Again, a plan. And again, it's not that Knives Out is a terrible film. It was decent. But that's the extent of it. I mean, it really wasn't anything special. Only directed, so it's just his camera work. Yeah. That's nothing. He didn't write any of that Breaking Bad shit. So people are like, oh, he did so well. He didn't write that. It's a big caveat. Obi-Wan is going to be like Picard. It was hyped. The actor's coming back. Then it's revealed to be actually another attempt to take down the white man. Yes. That's going to be a mess. Ruin Johnson, close-up shot, face shot, close-up shot, close-up, face shot. Yes. The book Darth Plagueis is fine. Yeah. Just leave that alone. They already made that and said that's not canon, so just remember that Amazon did a digital book burning of the Heart of the Jedi. Yep. Ewan shows up, says the making spinoff about him. Then it turns out to be a show bringing extinction to the white men. Watch Darth Angelus on YouTube. He is making animated chapters from the Thrawn Trilogy books. Yeah, I subscribe to him. I do see his stuff. You don't fuck with canon. Correct. Do you consider Rogue and Solo as canon? No. Rogue is the closest thing that Disney has made. But no, it's not canon because if you go watch my deep dive, you'll see there's all kinds of holes in it. And Solo, holy shit, that's like so far from canon. That shit's a fucking mess. Nothing Disney has made, nothing they have made is canon. It's all nonsense. Not a single thing that Disney has made is canon. Not a comic book, not a cartoon, not a movie. It's all nonsense. EU still made money. George okayed the EU books. Yeah, the EU was awesome. Love the EU. And it respected the franchise. It tried. This is the thing. When you're a third party, another author, and you don't know what's supposed to happen after Jedi because George isn't going to tell you, so then you have to assume you're filling in the blanks. And like, for example, Zahn did pretty awesome. He made Thrawn and that whole thing, and those were beautiful stories. But again, at the end of the day, Lucas can come along and be like, there's no Thrawn, and Mara can't be because Jedi don't marry. So as much as, like I said, I love Mara Jade, there is no Mara Jade Skywalker. That breaks canon. And I love me some redheads, especially curvy, voluptuous ones that are badasses and become the wife of Luke Skywalker, and they have children, and I love all of that. But it's not canon. Do you think Solo was in it? No, nobody wanted it, and it bombed. Does it negate the mystery and the awesome character which Ford portrayed in Star Wars? I don't know if it... I mean, the way that Disney did it, yes. The concept of it, it could have been done properly, but again, this is Disney that's clueless. But nobody wanted that movie to begin with. And Solo, Lando's a pansexual when in The Empire Strikes Back, it's clear that he's straight. He's an idiot. His girlfriend does all the work. Yeah, Han's an idiot, yes. James, because you're younger, we all grew up knowing that Billy D. Williams... Okay, first of all, outside of Star Wars, Billy D. Williams was known to be a pimp. He was like a Mac, all right? Not a pimp in like the sense like he was really literally pimping girls, but he was the man. Smooth, silky. He did all the beer commercials, and like he was the G, all right? Outside of Star Wars. Then as Lando, it's like clear, like he's the ladies' man. Okay? Much smoother than Han Solo. Much smoother. He was the smoothest character in all of Star Wars. And we knew this for decades. Then Disney comes along and is like, oh yeah, he's tailpiping his fucking robot. When his brother died in a helicopter crash, the Amazon by MGN, yeah. I don't remember when, but yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on. There's a rumor that Disney secretly bought Warner Brothers like years ago. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Last month, yeah. Do you think Craig's tenure as Bond is a separate canon from the other MGM prior movies? No, I personally like Daniel Craig as James Bond. A lot of people seem to have a problem with him. I don't. I think he was awesome. He's no Roger Moore. He's no Sean Connery. Pierce Brosnan was pretty great as well. But I like Daniel Craig. I never had any problem with him. So, as far as separate canon, no. I mean, he's James Bond. I don't think that anybody actually had a problem with like how he behaves or the canon of it. It's just some people don't like Daniel Craig in the role. But no, I don't think that it. On the same token, here's the problem. Most franchises, they have a canon as far as like the history or the lore of that franchise. But most franchises are still pretty loosey-goosey. You know, they're flexible. But there's always been three that like you really don't fuck with. Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, and Big Daddy of all of them, because Lord of the Rings is this fucking big next to Star Wars. Star Trek is this big next to Star Wars. Big Daddy, Big Papa, you do not fuck with canon. Other franchises, you know, comic books, Marvel, they kind of tweak and bend their own shit here and there. Now, I know there's a lot of hardcore comic book guys that know the comic book canon really well, and I'm not arguing with that. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter or that it's not real. By all means, please don't misunderstand. But what I'm saying is there's more flexibility. The Spider-Man is in this like series of books, a small series, and then in another series he's doing some stuff a little bit differently. But for the most part, Spider-Man was Spider-Man. It wasn't like here he was this and then here he's like totally different. No, it's just like he just would have different kind of phases or suits or, you know, adventures. But the word movie canon comes from Star Trek. That all is from 1966 Star Trek. That's where it all comes from. And Lord of the Rings is another one that was very meticulous. The story, the lore, you know, that's like you don't mess with that. And of course, Big Daddy Star Wars. Other franchises like Bond, it's different Bonds. It's different separate stories. Like each movie is meant to be each movie more so than it really being like, you know, a series or a trilogy or a saga. It's more so like, you know. Now, granted, in the big picture, this is the same Bond, just in a different day. And it's just a different actor portraying him, but it should be him behaving the same general way and having the same parameters, and it's just like him on a different day. So I'm not trying to say that there's not any canon or importance to that in Bond. I love James Bond, by the way. Just saying that Bond, like other franchises, is a little loose, like Predator. I mean, that's all over the place. You know, there's all kinds of stuff that it's. But the three that you cannot, or you shouldn't have, was Star Trek, Star Wars, and Lord of the Rings. Now, Star Trek long ago went to all fucking high shit. Star Wars, well, Disney just fucked that all up. And Lord of the Rings, will put on your seatbelts because here it comes. Who is your Batman? You guys know mine. I'm not a big fan of Batfleck. I don't know why everybody likes him so much. I think he's goofy. I like Christian Bale. But to me, the truth lies right here. That's Batman, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a Batman expert. I'm not a comic book expert, and that's just my opinion. But to me, that's the Batman. Anyways, I thought Christian Bale was pretty cool, too. And I don't think that Batfleck is terrible. He was okay. He was good. But, man, so many people are like, he's the true Batman. And I'm like, ugh. Okay. We didn't like the world-building inspector and using Blofeld as the reason for Craig's tenure as Bond. It reminded of a Rise of Skywalker reason for using Sidious. Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched those movies. I know I really liked like Quantum of Solace and what was it, Casino Royale, but I haven't seen most of his other ones to tell you the truth. So, but I didn't ever have a big problem with Daniel Craig. Now, is he the ultimate or official Bond? No, to me, Roger Moore was. I know most people are like Sean Connery, but out of all of them, Sean and Roger were they were what Bond was. Pierce did a good job as well, but even Pierce wasn't Roger or Sean. Warner Brothers owned MGM. That I'm not sure of, James. Really like Bale's portrayal in Begins. Keaton is decent as well. Keaton or West. Yeah, Adam West. Well, yeah, of course, he's as Batman as it gets, I suppose, as well. Sorry, but gotta go. I'm a little tired to continue. If you're still around when I wake up, I will come back and say hi. Well, you know me. There's a chance I will be. So have a great night, and thanks as always. It's a good chance you'll see me in a few hours. Jackson shouldn't have directed The Hobbit. He'll always be compared to his first creation of Lord of the Rings. Yeah. You were able to get right at the end. Disney doesn't know how to make anyone happy. No. And that's their biggest mistake, is they're trying to make everyone happy. And they should have said, fuck everybody. What we need to worry about is the Star Wars fans, not what new ones are going to come, or not someone that, you know, like the little silly cartoon. Real Star Wars fans. Your target should have been 40-year-olds. That's what Disney should have looked at. 40-year-old males. And if they would have done that, Star Wars, their version of Star Wars would have fucking taken off. Because that's the Star Wars that everybody loves. Little kids, women, everybody. That's who they should have focused on, is 40-year-old men. Fuck everybody else. That should have been your target. And if you would have stayed on that target, you would have got everybody else. But they don't get that. They don't understand that. Guillermo should have done The Hobbit. Yoda and not a nice pirate. Correct. Now I'm scared of them remaking The Wizard of Oz. And it will probably happen. Hates the prequels. He has heard the outlines of Lucas, but he thinks that's lame stuff. Yeah. Oh, he openly has said he doesn't like the prequels. He was going to put... there was a joke that he was going to put Jar Jar's body, or skeleton, in the sand in Force Awakens. Hey, Leia, I have these dice from Han's ex-girlfriend. Here you go. Yeah. Rogue is close to perfect, but still not what happened in the EU. I wouldn't say close to perfect. It was a good movie. It's fun. It at least tried to be respectful. But if you watch my deep dive, it's not perfect. It's not. Actually, it's kind of far from perfect. There's a lot of problems in that movie. When you really watch it, frame by frame, dialogue for dialogue, you realize, oh shit, yep, this is a mess. It's Spaceballs. Yeah, it's a fun movie. I like Rogue One. Don't get me wrong, but it's got problems. Them redheads, yes. Solo lost lots of money. I would have loved to see Billy as Two-Face in Batman. Yeah. He even said that's why he played Harvey Dent in Batman 89, so he can play Two-Face. Yeah. He did get to play Two-Face in the Lego Batman movie. That's as close as we got to him as Two-Face. It's hard to fuck up Star Wars lore. Disney accomplished something impossible. Yeah. I mean, they went the extra mile. Never really got into Star Trek. What's it really about? I'm not a huge Star Trek fan either. To me, it's a B-grade Star Wars. Sorry, Star Trek fans. I liked it as a kid. I think it's good, but it doesn't hold a candle to Star Wars. So, Bond from 1962 to 2002 is a separate movie and a consistent canon. Craig storyline, a reboot with a new storyline. Do you consider either a higher ranking canon? No, there's only one canon. It's only one canon. And again, the Craig stuff, I'm not a James Bond expert, nor was I paying attention that closely. I just kind of took it for face value. So I'm not trying to say that. Again, for me, Bond is Roger Moore and Sean Connery. Okay, so that in itself should give you the explanation. So it wasn't me trying to imply that Craig was perfect. I'm just saying I didn't have a problem with him portraying Bond. But if you ask me, like, who's James Bond, you know, he's not the name that I would put out there. Star Trek, there's been so many shows and movies that you have to be careful not to mess up or forget something crucial. Star Wars has only 6 movies, so it would be easy to remember everything. Yeah. Well, and even I don't remember everything, but I know that I would reference the movies. I would call up George. I would use his outline. I would look through the EU and look in the holocron and ask other people to verify what I'm doing so that you don't fuck up canon. It's not that hard. You have tons of resources. My biggest problem with the Dark Knight trilogy is Joker, is that everything has to be realistic, but you make it kind of boring. Michael Keaton is the best Batman after Adam West. In my opinion, that's I mean, this is who it is, dude. That's Batman. I love that movie. Some people don't like it, like Doomcock, I think, hates it. I don't know why. I think it's so freaking awesome. Gotham's badass, the Batwing, all of it. It's amazing. Vicky Vale, Jack Nicholson is the freaking Joker. I mean, the movie's fucking badass. But hey, to each his own. Michael Keaton, yeah. Gotham is supposed to be a big, dark, gothic, crumbling, and full of danger. It looks like that, like a place you want to know the history of. In Dark Knight trilogy and Joker. Exactly. I loved Gotham and Batman 89. Absolutely loved it. No one picked Ruby Rose as Batman. Yeah, you're right. My bad. That is the real Batman. Arkham Asylum looks terrible. None of the people working there are friendly, and the environment is horrible for patients. And that is where the worst people go. In Joker, it's just a regular hospital. Yikes. Disney focused on Twitter idiots, not fans. Yep. Let's not focus on fans. Let's focus on people who think there are more than 2 genders. Here's the thing. When you're like a teenager and early 20s, you think you know about the world, and you think you know shit, but you don't. You don't know a goddamn thing. Sorry to tell you. Because when you're 30, you're going to look back and be like, holy shit, now my Star Wars was right. I didn't know a goddamn thing. So the opinion of 15, 20, 25-year-olds on Star Wars is, sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but that's not who you look to make the Star Wars franchise. Again, you go to the 40-year-old man that carried this franchise, that knows it back and forth, and that teaches you guys about the canon. And it's not to say that youth shouldn't have a word or shouldn't be important. Don't misunderstand. But that's not where you look to build the Star Wars franchise. You look to the people that floated and carried the franchise. Why? Because one, we're the ones that spent the time and money, and we're the ones that are going to continue to build and push this franchise. And two, the kids look up to us. And if we say that's real Star Wars, then all the little kids that are growing up are going to be like, okay, my daddy, my uncle, my brother, they confirm this is Star Wars. And they can grow up with that and learn about it and love it. So that by the time they become 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, you have them. But you start right from the beginning with the approval of the people that truly matter. Sorry, everyone else, not to offend you, but you don't matter. Who matters is the 40 and 50-year-old males that Star Wars was built on. When you get them, then you get everyone else. When you try to focus on 20-year-olds or 15-year-olds or 8-year-olds, you fucked up. Because you're not George Lucas. You don't know what you're doing. So instead of trying to do what he did, what you need to do is hold on to the people that you have that got you here. And that's any business. If you've been in a pizza shop on the corner for 50 years and you've had people coming in since they were kids, you need to worry about those people when they're 30, 40, 50 years old. They need to be your priority because they were the ones that built your fucking pizza shop. They were the ones that were there that maintained that pizza shop alive for the past 30 years. And they're the ones that are going to take their grandkids to your pizza shop, and they're going to fall in love with it. But when you start disregarding the people that built your business, they're not going to bring their kids to your shop. And that's where Disney fucked up. Because at the end of the day, a 15, 20-year-old has no word, nothing, no business discussing what Star Wars should be. Or not that what it should be, but shouldn't be having the influence over what Lucasfilm does. Let me say that correctly. You need to focus on people like me, because we're the ones that give you the reason to have bought the franchise and why all of you watch Not My Star Wars, because of people like me. You don't owe me anything. All I'm saying is that's who you should have focused on. And had you done that, and had you got guys like me that know the canon, know the lore, make the videos, do the streams, and I was endorsing you, then a lot of other people would have been like, oh, okay, even the OGs give it a thumbs up. Now you're going to make billions of dollars. But when you force my hand to expose all your stupidity, you're going to have Solo lose hundreds of millions of dollars because you think you fucking know better, and you don't. Disney. Because let me tell you something, 15 and 20-year-olds, most of you aren't going to go to the theater 30 times. Some of you will. And I'm not saying that some of you that are younger aren't real fans, or, you know, it don't matter. Please don't misunderstand that. All I'm saying is when you have a franchise that's 40 years old, you need to focus on the people that got it to 40 years old, not others, not younger or different genders or any of that. You're a fool for doing that. That's, again, like the pizza shop that had people grow up in that pizza shop for years, and then all of a sudden you just go away like, no, we don't want 50-year-olds coming in our pizza shop anymore, and the entire menu is a kid's menu. That's what Disney did, literally. We don't want the 50-year-olds. We want to make Galaxy's Edge for all the movies and kids that are coming. That's literally from KK's mouth. So 15-year-olds don't have money to spend on Star Wars. 40-year-olds do. Disney focused on making Star Wars for little girls. KK doesn't like men, yes. Well, they bought a boys franchise because they didn't have that at Disney. They had all these girl princesses and stuff. And then as soon as they get the boys franchise, they try to turn it into a girls franchise. How fucking dumb do you need to be? Boys or men. Yeah, I got you. Just Matt, thanks for watching. With a title like Forces of Destiny, it sounds like they would focus on every main character. Guess what? It's only about women being smart and men being dumb. Correct. That whole Forces of Destiny shit. Oh, Lord. Leia, I think that's the one where Leia like slaps the shit out of Han, and I wouldn't care, but Disney wants me to care because they say it is canon. It's not canon if they're just little shorts that don't add anything. Yes, they contradict is what they do. People like Batman 89's bad because it's not the Dark Knight. For some reason, people now think every Batman movie sucks because they aren't the Dark Knight. And people don't like Batman 89 because it isn't faithful enough. How faithful is the Dark Knight? Yeah, that's true. What is your opinion on Joker 2019? I haven't seen it. I hear it's very good, but I have talked about it a little bit before that I don't know how much I'll like it, because as someone that cares about canon and lore, to me, that's not really Joker. I'm sure it's a good artsy film, but is that really a Joker movie? So I don't know. I think I'll like it just to watch it, a popcorn thing, but I don't think I would take it too seriously. but I haven't seen it, so I can't honestly comment. Older comics, I heard Batman kill people. I like it better when he doesn't kill, but Batman 89 is pretty faithful. Sure, the Joker didn't kill Thomas or Martha, but everything else feels faithful. Yeah, that's true. And I think it was adaptive. Somebody was like, but Batman doesn't kill people. Well, but in Batman 89, he does. I don't know. I always remember him like I said, if at the end of the day he needed to kill somebody, he was going to kill him. I know a lot of people seem to have a problem with that no, he doesn't kill people. That was the point. But again, I'm not an expert. I'm not a Batman lore guy, so I'm not, The Nolan films are more faithful in terms of the characters and events. Batman 89 was more Tim's take on Batman. Archetypes and designs were what was close to the comics. Nolan literally pulled from a multitude of Batman comics and the lore to make the stories of those films. Bane was like the lore of Batman? I don't know. Sure about that? Would you have done a prequel or a different kind of sequel instead of Disney storyline? Well, the prequel's already done, so there's a pre-prequel? No. There's no need for it. What I would have done is George Lucas's sequels. Yes. I wouldn't do what I want. I would do George Lucas's sequels. Now, Tim's take is close to the comics in terms of the looks and design, but Nolan is closer to the comics in terms of characters and the lore. Okay. Again, I'm not a comic expert, so I can't argue that. Do you think Phoenix's Joker has a space for grown-up Batman? Is Joker in the world stable enough, and does he have a motive to battle Batman? Again, I haven't seen the film, so I can't really say. But from what I understand, he's not really true to Joker anyway, so no. When I was watching Star Wars on May 25th and I finished Rots, my non was confused on why I didn't start. Your mom, yeah, you had mentioned that, yeah. Now, yes, Batman did kill people at the very beginning, but at that time, Batman wasn't fully developed and still under a huge process. Plus, Bill Finger and Bob Kane had two different takes on Batman. Bill wanted an honorable hero. Bob wanted a dark anti-hero who kills. So Bob's take is how it started, and Bill's was how we know Batman now. I believe aspects of Tim Burton's film are connected to Bob's ideas. Yeah, and don't misunderstand. I think that Batman avoids killing people as much as he could. But I always grew up feeling like if he had to whack you, he was going to whack you. You know, you push him far enough, he's going to wreck you. And if he has to kill you, then he's going to kill you. He shows restraint. He tries his best not to, but that's how I always understood Batman, is that at the end of the day, he will finish your ass. And just about anything else, Joe Chill was the guy who killed Thomas and Martha. I always saw Bane more as a henchman. He can do damage, and this is very dangerous, but I don't think he would plan on blowing up Gotham. Yeah, that seems strange to me. I love both versions. Everyone hates the Joker twist in 89, but for me, it's interesting. I love Joker in 89. Later in the movie, when you say Joker twist, what? Jack Napier killing his parents? Later in the movie, it's also revealed that he worked with Talia al Ghul and both wanted to blow up Gotham or something. Also, Catwoman's boring as hell in that movie. Yeah. That's what I love about Batman 89. Every part of it. Jack Napier is the one that kills his parents. Then he makes Batman, and Batman makes Joker. The chemical plant, the glass shattering, him falling in the chemicals. I just think it's perfect. That movie's fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, to me, that's Batman. That's how it should be. That's what it is. But again, I'm not a comic expert. I don't know all the original comics. I can't say, I'm just saying, to me, this is fucking Batman. Exactly how it goes down, that's it right there. All right, let's look at the Bob Iger thing, which is it's a short thing anyways. Get that out of the way. Okay. This was updated June 3rd, but this actually happened on June 1st. Disney chairman Bob Iger sells almost $100 million in shares. Walt Disney Company chairman Bob Iger sold $98.7 million worth of shares in the company, part of what the entertainment giant described as an effort to diversify his portfolio. Right. Iger, 70, disposed of 550,570 shares at an average price of $179.21 on June 1st, according to a regulatory filing Thursday. The move cut the shares he owns directly by 50% to 555,865. Iger is slated to retire as chairman at the end of the year, following his passing of the chief executive officer job to Bob Chapek in 2020. Disney stock has climbed more than sevenfold since Iger took the CEO role in September 2005. The value of these shares reflects the significant shareholder value generated under his leadership, Disney said in a statement. Okay, so there you go. It's not much to it. Let me see. Make sure I get this right, because I'm sharing multiple things here. Just for what it's worth. Oops. Because that is from Bloomberg, but as you guys know, I do the research. Here is the actual SEC form. So it is very real. Robert Iger, Buena Vista, Walt Disney Company. This was on the 1st. And here's where they're getting the 550, whatever it was, 555. Adding these three. So this is very real. Here's the actual United States Securities and Exchange Commission form. He sold $100 million. 98.7? Yeah, million dollars worth of shares. Okay, so link is in the description. I need to add the now I think about it, let me reopen that. Just a moment. Yeah. So I make sure to get the bounding article. I'll add that to the description if anyone wants to look at it later. So what does that mean? Well, it's interesting. His contract ends here in a few months. It is rather strange, especially with all the stuff that's going on, for Bob Iger to sell off half of his shares and bring in $100 million. Now, as some of you know, for many years there's been talks that Bob Iger wants to run for president. So assuming that is the case and he's retiring and the shares are relatively high, it would make sense for him to sell off the shares and have $100 million cash so that in 2024 he could run for president. We'll see if that happens. I don't really see him going anywhere with that, but okay, we'll see. Then again, I didn't think that Joe Biden would ever become president, but here we are. So we'll see. It is kind of strange, the timing and all, and he sold half of all his shares. So what it will amount to, we will see what happens. But he did indeed on the 1st did say, or did sell $100 million worth of his Disney shares. So for what that's worth, I think it'll mean something in the near future. Right now, it's just like, okay, that's very interesting. So remember that 1st of June, 2021, he sold 500,000 shares for $100 million. And, we'll bring it up in the future. I'm sure there will be something to it. Arkham games, when you think about it, it feels like he does kill people. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you can throw people off of buildings and you kick them in the corner and shit, and they're not moving. Pretty sure he's killing everybody. He's not just knocking everybody out. Regardless of the merits of the sequel trilogy, how did you like Kylo Ren's saber? Dumbest thing ever. It's fucking stupid. Kylo Ren is freaking lame. Emo little bitch. That's what I think of his saber. It's stupid. He would, if you use your head and you're swinging around that blade, you would cut your own wrists off. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. And the reason that those are there, Pablo Hidalgo had the nerve to say, because his crystal was so much more powerful than everyone else's, and it had to have vents. Meanwhile, Adam Driver himself, in a much earlier interview, said, well, the thing is my crystal's broken, and it's a symbolism of Kylo Ren that he's also broken, and that's why the saber is broken, and it buzzes, and it has that, if you notice, it has that like squiggle around the blade, because the crystal is broken. And Pablo Hidalgo comes later on saying, well, no, it's such a powerful crystal that it needs vents, to try to explain the cross guards. It just goes to show you Pablo Hidalgo's clueless. Here's the thing. Disney doesn't understand canon, okay? All the things they have made is not canon, but in their world, Force Awakens establishes Disney's fan fiction space thingy canon, okay? So in that, JJ establishes that Kylo has a crossblade lightsaber. So therefore, Phony Baloney, Pablo Dildo, and everyone else, Matt Martin, and all these other idiots at Lucasfilm must work around the fact that he has a crossbar lightsaber. And it is established that crystal is broken like Kylo is. He's not a Sith. He's the leader of the Knights of Ren, and he is broken, as is his crystal and his lightsaber. And that is why, again, it has that band. And that is why he loses to Rey, because he's broken. Adam Driver himself said this, and J.J. Abrams said this. So even if that was wrong, as far as lightsabers work or how it should have been, at that point, that's established lore in your fan fiction, Disney. So Pablo Hidalgo, thinking he's so fucking smart and clever and he's the lore expert, doesn't have the right to then come behind and be like, well, no, that's not what happened. The crystal wasn't broken. The crystal was so powerful that it needed vents. That's the explanation. Don't you see how much of a dumbass you look like? Because you're contradicting your guys' own shit. You can't keep retconning shit to fix it and explain it. You have to get it right from the beginning. And if from the beginning you make a fuck up and that is established as canon, well, then that means you have to go with it. You can't keep changing it and altering it and trying to explain it away. And that's what Pablo tried to do. So the official original story is his crystal is broken, just like Kylo is, and that's why it buzzes so much and it's got that band around the blade, because it's broken. That's why he loses to Rey, because he's broken. His lightsaber is inferior, just like his spirit and his skills and everything else, which is nonsense because he trains with Luke Skywalker and is a Jedi for years, and then trains under Snoke, and this girl that picks up a lightsaber for the first time should not beat him. But anyways, that's the explanation. So then for Pablo to later come along and be like, well, no, it's actually because it's, you know, it's so powerful it needs vents, just goes to show you they're all a bunch of dumb assholes over there. Because even if what you established was nonsensical, you have to ride that wave now because you established that. That's what you went with. So now you must stick to that. But it's like a child. It's like I always say, a child tells a lie, then they realize that's not going to hold up. So now they tell a separate lie just to, you know, deviate, to get you to, you think the adult's not going to notice or remember that first lie. You're going to like distract them and go this way. And then that second lie turns into 5 lies, and those 5 lies turn into 20, and the 20 turn into 100. And then here we are with Disney Star Wars, where everything they make, every comic, every cartoon, every show, every movie contradicts each other. Because everybody thinks they're fucking clever and they know better, and they'll just retcon and fix it. And the novel contradicts the movie, and the comic contradicts the novel, and it just goes on and on and on. That's why it was never canon. So his lightsaber's fucking stupid. And martial arts and swords experts have broken it down where you would just cut your own wrists off with it. It's absolutely ridiculous and stupid. But it's more stupid when they can't maintain their own story on it. Everything about Kylo's fucking dumb. His helmet, his lightsaber, all of it. We're keeping Kylo. We're keeping Kathy. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be pissing in a cardboard box soon. Yes. What are your thoughts on the Inquisitor's blade? We quite like them. Are any sabers inappropriate for Star Wars? Yes, everything that Disney's made. Helicopter lightsabers? Really? I like the Inquisitors, but, you know, no. Everything that Disney made is nonsense. All of it. I'm going to watch Not My Star Wars video on Lucas's sequels so we can get it right. Not My Star Wars is another great Star Wars channel that does research next to Itchy Baka. Yeah. I miss Itchy. I need to send him a message, see how he's doing. That video, yeah, it's like a 5-hour stream, and I show all the sources and what it is. Now, for what it's worth, towards the beginning of that stream, the way I had it sharing, it wasn't showing me switching the pages, but the pages are there. In the description is the links to all the sources, and later in the stream, I realized that it wasn't switching the pages, so I go through and I show you each page of what I was reading and showing you. So just know that. But it's all there. The Bell, Kira, midichlorians, all of that. It's all there. The game that was developed for Darth Maul and Talon, it's all there. Were Darth Maul and Darth Talon in the Star Wars or George Lucas's sequel trilogy? And I'll give you a spoiler, because other channels, who I won't mention, say, well, the sequel trilogy was all about Darth Maul. No, it was not. It was about the Wills. And they're taking that, 1, because everybody ran with a rumor, and 2, because Paul Duncan's book, Star Wars Archives, mentions it. But you didn't do the extra research like Not My Star Wars did. Now, did you? Nope. Because if you go watch Paul Duncan's video on the book, he clearly states Darth Maul and Darth Talon were some of the ideas that George Lucas had to use in the sequel trilogy. Not this is what the sequel trilogy was. Because as I show many other cited proofs that it was about Kira and the Wills. It was not about Darth Talon and Darth Maul. Anyways, that stream breaks it all down. What do you think of Mars Brood's lightsaber design? I always thought they were interesting designs. I would have to look at it. I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, the yeah, they're like what's it called? Who's it? What's it's? Not batons, but yeah. They're all right. I don't mind them. I don't know. That's EU, so I don't know how much George Lucas would have really been down with that. The thing is, lightsabers aren't meant to be all fancy and extra, and a lightsaber is meant to be a straight up civilized weapon, a sword. Mano a mano, eye to eye, man to man, or woman to woman, woman to man, whatever. Squaring up in a civilized way and having a duel. They're not meant to be like, you know, too extra fancy. Yes, some of the hilts had like a curve or their own personalized thing. But as far as like extra handles and blades and cross guards and, you know, spinning, and now you're going away from what a lightsaber is even intended to be in the first place. So I don't hate hers. I would definitely take that over Kylo's, but let's be real with her lightsabers. Have you ever spun around those type of right now I can't remember the name of the damn weapon, but I'll call them baton for now. Have you ever spun those around? Well, it's really easy to hit your elbow or hit your head. Now imagine a laser blade on the end of it. I can even see her here. She's standing with it like she's holding them both like this, and the blades. She would burn her clothes. She would burn her sides. She would burn her underarms. Imagine swinging that around. The chances of you cutting your own head off. Plus, the handles would get in way of what they're intended to be used as, is like a dueling blade. So now a Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader comes along, or Darth Maul, and you're going to be finished because you're trying to swing around and do all this extra. And while it gives you some advantages, like some blocking and some, you can't lightsaber battle correctly because now you've got to like swing them and they got these handles. So in a practical sense, now they're actually pretty fucking stupid, to be honest with you. Because yes, you could hold them like this, like lightsabers, right? But that handle sticking out is just going to throw off all the balance and weight. They're going to bump into each other. They're going to get in it. To be honest with you, you're going to get killed real fast. So, no. They look cool. I like her character. I like the concept. It's not that I'm like totally against it, but just being real, like, no, they'd be fucking dumb. You will get massacred by Luke, Dooku, Maul. You're gonna get destroyed. But Yoda. So what's the point? Just to look cool? Same thing with Kylo. You know, this to look cool. Look, he's got the side blades, but he would cut off his own wrists. It's just dumb. I'm emo as fuck, and I think Kylo Ren throws too many tantrums. Yeah. He definitely kills people in the Lego Batman games, breaks his criminals into pieces. There you go. Lego Batman games are the most violent interpretation of Batman. Has dismemberments. Robin committed many war crimes. Can anyone explain Cruella, the character, not the movie, without spoilers? I don't know much about her. I can't recommend that. Sure, why not? Critical Drinker's awesome. Impact on the Crown. Yeah. Did they ever show what happened to the Force-sensitive orphans? No. Maybe, you know, probably someday in the future. I was Broom Boy. Look at me. He's going to pop up. Did they go too far with Leia's and Luke's Force powers? Yes, of course. That's not how the Force works. It's not how the Force works. DCRA, good to see you. Greetings, programs. They didn't go too far. They went way too far. Basically, Corella wanted to turn Dalmatians into goats to take down patriarchy, and a couple of Dalmatians put her mom off a cliff. Nice. I'm subscribed to Critical Drinker. I didn't want to watch the review because I'm afraid of spoilers. Yeah, Critical Drinker is awesome. Imagine if Gaston hated it when Belle reads books because reading killed his mom. Lol, raised Swiss Army knife, lightsaber, yes. Another stupid freaking... Oh, Lord, is that shit stupid. I once said helicopter lightsabers are dumb. Then someone made the excuse that it's in a universe with Space Wars. So stop using that fucking excuse for Disney to make shit up. Correct. Now I'm sorry. Itchy made a quiet leave. You may be able to get a hold of him, but he has sadly moved on. Oh, I know. I know all about it, Itchy, and don't worry, I can get a hold of him. So do we kill a Disney employee to get the Darksaber, or pick it up off the ground like Sabine? So do we kill a Disney employee to get the Darksaber, or pick it up? Not even Dave Dildoni knows anymore, so I can't answer that because Disney can't answer that. They have no clue. So roll the dice. Today it could be this, and today it could be that. What's the point of showing Darth Maul and the end of Solo? None. Member berries. Look, Darth Maul. No point at all. What's the understated part that compares the reading that kills his mom? I was thinking all of it was in the sequel trilogy. Kira, Skylar, her brother Sam, the Wills, Luke, Leia, Darth Maul, and Talon. Yes. It's not impossible that they would be there, but like I said, Mr. Duncan himself says, well, those were just some ideas he's had, not that this literally is what it is. And everybody ran with, oh, that's what the sequel trilogy is about. But not everybody's Not My Star Wars. I'm the only one that does the extra research. And I show the proof in that live stream. So, not to mention, time and time again, Lucas said it's about the Wills and the midichlorians. Now, also in that book, he says that it's shortly after Jedi and that Luke is training 2- and 3-year-olds. Why? Because there are no Jedi, Ahsoka. All the Jedi die in Order 66, or shortly after. There might be 2 or 3 stragglers that get killed later. All the Jedi die in Order 66. That's something that people have a problem understanding. Like, they think there's all these Jedi all over the place because Disney done made you fucking stupid. That's why. Obi-Wan is not leaving Tatooine. He's sitting his ass there because the last Jedi is Luke Skywalker. That's the point of Star Wars. He is the New Hope. And Dave Dildoni doesn't seem to understand this. There is no Ahsoka. Ahsoka dies before Order 66 because Luke Skywalker is the one and only last Jedi. That's the point. If Luke fails, we're fucked. And Lucas again confirms this in that book because he says Luke starts rebuilding the Order not long after Jedi, and he's training 2- and 3-year-olds. Why? Because there are no adults or teenage or old Jedi to train. Yoda dies. Obi-Wan, remember, is dead. It's just Luke. And another reason why Mara Jade can't work, because remember, Palpatine dies in Jedi. Yet Mara was the hand of Palpatine. Well, she can't be the hand of a dead man. So once again, as much as I love Mara Jade, she doesn't work. Now, could she be rewritten and tweaked and tooled to fit? Yeah, okay, if you're smart and you do it correctly and you respect canon, yes, but she can't be Luke's wife. Now, could they have a romantic weekend? Could they just be lovers and they end up, she gets pregnant and has his kids? Okay. But Lucas clearly stated, I have the quote, there is no Mara Jade. Jedi do not marry. He showed you the problem. What happened to Anakin? That's the whole point of Star Wars, is that he got attached and couldn't let go of Padme, and that's why he turns. All because of Padme's sweet ass. And I don't blame him, because I would have 10 Padmes right here in this closet if I could. 10 clones of Padme. I get it, dude, but that's the problem. Mara Jade cannot exist because Jedi do not marry. We must take a dim view of the blaster that has a lightsaber as a part of it. Ezra, yes, it's pretty freaking dumb. Dalmatian pusher, I'm off the cliff. Just the mechanism to have a blaster inside of a lightsaber, it's just, again, Dildoni, Dave Filoni, the idiot, because Disney wanted to make a pun, tragic backstory of an iconic character. Julian, I think she snuck into a mansion. I only saw Critical Drinker's review. If she snuck into a mansion, then she kind of had a COVID. 101 Dalmatians in 61 is a much better movie and shows what Cruella is supposed to be. Yeah. That's all you need to do is just watch the original. 61 Cruella is my Cruella. There you go. Is it true DJT is going to run again? And that's what they say. I don't know. How could Joe Biden become the commander-in-chief in USA? I don't know. I'm still baffled by it. Probably because all the votes weren't counted correctly. And I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm just a realist. I look at reality. So it's not that I'm anti-Biden or that I'm a Trump. I just look at reality, and it's like this Joe Biden can't finish a sentence, and you're going to tell me that most Americans voted for him? Okay, stop giving female villains sad origin stories. She's just cruel. Cruel Devil is literally her name, Cruella de Vil. Yes. Or was it de Vil? I don't recall, but it is de Vil, yes. If it's separate or together. What lightsaber colors are canon? Green, blue, red, purple. Blue, red, green, purple. There you go. Blue means you're faithful. Green means you're wise. Red means you're evil. Purple means you're Samuel L. Jackson or the Juror BMF. Yes. No, it's not canon. George Lucas specifically said they can't be used. Now, he did have a plan, and probably the sequel trilogy we were going to see a yellow blade. That's where, JJ and them fucked it up and gave it to Mary Sue. But Lucas specifically spoke on this, and they couldn't be used. He had avoided them ever being used. Yeah, Rey Skywalker. Yellow lightsabers on video games. Yeah, but that's not canon. Are there any Sith left after? No, the Sith are destroyed. Yellow, that's the point of the prophecy. That's what brings balance, is the Sith are destroyed. Yellow is just because Disney wants Rey to look cool. So instead of having blue or green, she gets yellow because why not? Well, also because it was a taboo that was never supposed to be used. Dave Filoni. Force Unleashed, no, never was canon. It was when it was being developed, intended to first, like George Lucas said, oh yeah, it could be canon. But then he said, no, it's too much. Star Killer pulling down a Star Destroyer and, you know, all this extra shit. No, it was never, George Lucas later said, no, it's not canon. It's too much. Wow, lol. Not sure which part, but welcome, Terry. No, Anakin killed all that was left, making him the chosen one. Correct. There are no Sith. He destroyed, from George Lucas's mouth, he destroys the Sith. George said the Force Unleashed isn't canon. Yes, correct. He did say that. Thank you for subscribing, Terry McHugh. Appreciate it. What about the color white? Isn't that the guards in Coruscant? That is Dave Filoni baloney. There is no bleeding crystals. There is no you bleed it to turn it red to be dark side, but then you bleed it back and it turns white. That's Dildoniverse. That's fan fiction nonsense. There's no such a thing. Hey, Kino, good to see you. White is the gray Jedi, or whatever Disney says Ahsoka in Rebels. Yes, and there are no gray Jedi. George Lucas also spoke on that. There is no such a thing. Is it possible the title of episode 9 was referring to Kylo Ren? Disney doesn't even know what that was about, so I can't begin to tell you. He's not a Skywalker, so why would it be about Kylo Ren? Why did Yoda say in episode 3 that they might have misunderstood the prophecy? He's just saying that. It doesn't mean anything. He's just saying we need to be cautious because maybe we don't fully understand the prophecy. But again, we see the movies, which are canon, and George Lucas, go watch my Skywalker Legacy documentary, clearly states, and I will repeat, Anakin is the chosen one. Even when he becomes Darth Vader, he's still the chosen one. He completes the prophecy and brings balance to the Force. He kills, by meaning, he kills Palpatine and he kills himself, thus defeating and destroying the Sith. It's from George Lucas's mouth. So Ben is actually a Solo, correct? Well, no, actually he's not. I mean, in Disney's nonsense, yes, but in reality, he's not, because there is no Ben Solo. There's Ben Skywalker. So in EU, yes, he was supposed to be a Skywalker, but in Disney's stupidity, he's a Swallow. If Jar Jar Abrams wasn't a hack, maybe. Yeah, maybe. What do you think about Lucas Educational Foundation Edutopia? I think George Lucas is a very kind and giving and amazing man who gave all of the money that he sold Star Wars to Disney to education and to his museum, which is free for kids. Surely, if Lucas was planning the sequel, some Siths should have returned. Not necessarily. It didn't have to. There didn't necessarily have to be Sith. It could be other evils, other problems, other things. It could have been more mystical and spiritual about the wills. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that the Sith couldn't ever return, but the prophecy was complete because the Sith were destroyed. 1,000 years later, a new Sith comes up. Okay, it could happen. I'm not saying they could never come back, but until we know in canon that they do, as George Lucas said, the Sith are destroyed. Been here the whole time, but unfortunately, I got to go to work in the AM. See you all soon. Yeah, you have a great night. That guy says. This guy says. Thanks for coming by as always. People keep saying Rey becomes a Skywalker and Ben is her brother. First, that would make her a Solo, and second, she's neither. She's just Rey. I wouldn't call her a Palpatine either. Yep, they're all mixed up. They don't know who the hell she is. Even today, they don't still know who the fuck Rey is. And just because that's just like me saying, well, I'm, Steve Hilton, just because I say that I am. It's not how real life works. You don't just claim to be who you want to be. So she's not a Skywalker. Rey not Kenobi. No, she's a nobody is who she is. But Kylo is a Skywalker. Isn't he the son of Leia? Yes, but always the man. Right? He's a Solo. It's not a Skywalker. Does he have some Skywalker blood? Okay. But he's not a Skywalker. He's Solo. He's Ben Solo. They should have just made the Thrawn trilogy as the sequel trilogy. It's not my first choice. What they should have done is George's trilogy. But I'd rather the Thrawn trilogy than the nonsense they made. That's for sure. And don't get me wrong, I love Thrawn. I think those stories are great. But I'm just saying, what they should have done is George's fucking sequels. I don't know why they did anything but that. When George says there's no great Jedi and you put in great Jedi, that's when you realize you fucked up. Dave Filoni. She's a Skywalker, Palpatine, halfling. Since her creation is a combination of them, according to Disney now. Well, I mean, according to them now, she is a Skywalker because she's probably been cloned from Luke's hand. So, so stupid. It's so stupid. Lucas, we need a different way of looking at what we learn. How do we use what we learn? We need to teach people how to think. George is telling us to go outside of the box, to question things, to learn. Yes. We do. Hasn't taken his head off yet to realize, yes. Where can we find that documentary? Is it by Lucas? That documentary is my documentary, The Skywalker Legacy. It's on my channel. It's almost 3 hours long, and it has all kinds of quotes and clips and stuff from Star Wars, Lucasfilm, George Lucas, and in many of the interviews, it also has Hayden and Ewan and Harrison and Carrie, and there's sections. There's the 6 movies are each in a section, and then you have like Princess Leia section, Han Solo section, Luke Skywalker section. And throughout many of those interviews, there's a chosen one section. You will hear and see George Lucas telling you exactly what I just said. Not a quote from a book somewhere that somebody read and that it might. No. George Lucas sitting in front of you telling you exactly what I just said. The Skywalker Legacy, it's on my channel. You all should watch it if you have not. Kylo is son of Han and Leia. Yes. Not really, because he's supposed to be the son, Ben Skywalker, of Luke and Mara, but whatever. Yes, Kylo is Ben Solo, the son of Han and Leia. I don't know if you saw my tweet earlier today with you tagged about Ahsoka. I did see something earlier, but I don't remember Ahsoka and the Mandalorian. I'd have to look at it again. Yeah, well, I've been telling you all about Dave Filoni. She's been inconsistent. Where I don't see. I see where you said that Filoni was inconsistent, and I've been calling him out. And I get so much hate. I get so much, you just don't like him. Dave Filoni's great. Filoni's going to save Star Wars. And the whole time I've been telling you, no, he's not. He's the reason why we have these problems. I don't see anything about Ahsoka here, dude. Was that today or... the Joker. I don't see anything on the Ahsoka thing, though. Maybe, I don't know, DM it, or I'm not sure, or point it out. I'm not totally sure where it was. Ahsoka in The Mandalorian. Yeah, I don't see that. I see some other stuff, but I don't see that. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. And I'm seeing older stuff now. So yeah, I'm not catching it right now. Ben isn't a Solo because he doesn't exist. Yeah, technically he's not. He should be Ben Skywalker. So Han and Leia have twins, Jaina and Jason. Badasses, especially Jaina. She's a monster. Then they have Anakin, younger or later. Mara and Luke have Ben Skywalker. And Luke naturally trains all of them, including Leia. So there is no Ben Solo. But, Disney. The Sith are destroyed, but powerful Darksiders can always rise up. Hey, MJ, good to see you. Yeah, again, I'm not saying that a Sith couldn't come later. All I'm saying is that Lucas clearly states they are destroyed. The prophecy's complete, and they're done. Was it known in 99 that Darth Maul's master was Darth Vader's master in the future? Yes, because I knew. I can't say for everyone, but I knew. Yes, because Maul says, soon we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi, my master. Right? And you see him with Sidious. Now, I suspect most people that aren't lore canon people like myself, didn't realize, and especially you younger ones that saw the prequels as kids, because I was like 25 when I saw Phantom Menace. So probably most of you didn't realize, but I knew because, and I knew before the OT, because the old toys said Emperor Palpatine on it. Darth Vader was Dark Lord of the Sith. The toys used to give us clues. Hammerhead from the Cantina was a bounty hunter, as was Greedo. These are things that I knew because I had the toys back in 78, 79, 80, the 80s. So it's stuff that a lot of you may not know because you're younger or just didn't have those toys. But I knew who Emperor Palpatine was probably since like 19 79, 80, 81, somewhere in there. So you fast forward to the prequels, I'm watching who I already kind of suspected because of the way he was acting, Senator Palpatine. Then they say his name, Senator Palpatine, and I'm like, that's the Emperor. I knew right then and there, that's the Emperor. So when you said, did we know or was it known? Well, I knew. Guys like me that were paying attention and had the toys, we knew. Yes. Most Star Wars fans, no, probably didn't know. So was it known generally? No, I think most people were totally surprised to find out that Palpatine was the Emperor, or at least, you know, for the first half of Phantom Menace, or at least through Attack of the Clones. Me, back in Phantom Menace, the second I saw him, I was like, he looks a little suspect. And then they said his name. I was like, that's the Emperor. So that question again is kind of like broad, you know. Was it universally known? No. I knew. People like me knew. I'm Kurt Cobain because I say I am. Hey, Kurt Cobain, how are you? I assume the name of Jay Hannah. There you go. Nice to meet you, Jay Hannah. By the way, my stepdad asked, regarding the whole Ahsoka cannot live without ruining canon, what if she got amnesia and forgot everything until after Return of the Jedi? No, because there are no Jedi. It doesn't matter if she knows it or not. Yoda would have been like, hey, Luke, there was this chick, Ahsoka. She trained with your father. She actually was pretty good. You need to find her, hook up with her. Now, unfortunately, she has amnesia, but using the Force and your kindness, and you can bring her to me, we can maybe bring her back. Maybe we can get her shit together, and she can help you against Anakin. Not to mention, you going to redeem your father, plus Ahsoka's there. The two of you now could go to Vader and try to reach out to his heart. No, dude. Like I said, I've been down this path. I know every 1,000 different ways. I'm playing chess on 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Ahsoka must die in Order 66. There is no which way about it. She cannot be alive because Luke Skywalker is the last, one and only Jedi and the point of the entire Star Wars saga, or of the OT. There are no Jedi. There is Luke Skywalker. When Maul talk about Siths having their revenge in Phantom Menace, what is he talking about? Well, because the Sith feel like they've been oppressed all this time, right? And they've had to be in hiding for generations because the Jedi Order is at its peak. In reality, the prequels is the High Republic. This nonsense High Republic comic thing, that doesn't exist. The actual High Republic is the prequels. It's at its height. The Order, the Republic, everything is at its height. And for several generations leading up to that, the Sith have been in hiding and not in power. Because there's time and lore way back where they are in power. They're running the galaxy. But no, the Jedi have, for a long time, had gotten shit under control, and the Sith have to hide. Plus, the Sith have the rule of two. So the Jedi don't have that rule. There's hundreds, there's thousands of Jedi, where there's always just two Sith. So the two Sith have to work extra hard and be extra sneaky and plan shit and get shit together for them to be able to reveal themselves. It's not like they can just go out in an all-out war against the Jedi because there's only two Sith. Hopefully that clarifies or answers your question. You got a lot of good questions, Whisper. I made a video on TikTok about the Luke's hand in Snoke, or Palpatine's clone making Rey a Skywalker, saying it's stupid. Someone corrected me on it, and guess what? I still don't understand. Dave Filoni, what do you want me to tell you, man? I don't know what else to tell you. Pablo, dildo, and phony baloney. That's why. Going to watch that documentary. We'll get back to you when you stream again. I stream every Friday. I do a long Star Wars stream every Friday night. 8 to 12 hours. I'm usually here. The Skywalker Legacy, it's on my channel. It came out about a year ago. It's almost 3 hours long. Enjoy it. Most people tell me it's better than anything Disney's made, so you take that for what you want. Enjoy some real Star Wars. Okay, I gotta ask, did you watch Life as a House yet? No, I have not had any time. Thank you for reminding me again. I'm gonna write it down again because I have different sheets of notes here. I do remember you talking about it, mentioning it. I need to watch that. And James, I do remember Life as a House. I don't remember the exact name, but I do have it written down. I just saw it the other day. I was looking at some of my notes. I have so many notes and stuff here, guys. It's a friggin' mess. Citizen Candyman. I need to watch that as well. So I will. Sorry, I've been so busy. But I finished the documentary, so now I've been able to rest a little bit and I can free up some time, and I will definitely look at some other stuff. Is there a way of saying, haha, Rey is a Skywalker after all? It's their way. Yeah, well, that's what they're trying to do, is by using the Luke's hand thing, is they're going to try to justify that, see, Rey actually really was a Skywalker. We told you. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to explain. They're trying to vindicate and justify Rey. Why? Because of Kathleen. Because Rey is Kathleen. That's what they're trying to do. So it's stupid and pathetic at this point. Oh, it's beyond that. And I will remind everyone that all of them have said it, that the sequel trilogy connects with all of it, including Jon Favreau. He himself, out of his mouth, said he is connecting the sequel trilogy with everything else. The canon, the EU, the Clone Wars cartoons, all of it, and the sequel trilogy. So don't get it twisted. They're doing it. Bad Batch, we're going to talk about it in a minute. I don't want to get ahead, but we're going to talk about Bad Batch. Why did Han and Leia name their son Ben, and Leia never met Ben, and Han thought he was crazy? Well, she did meet Ben, but just for passing. Because Disney's stupid. That's why. Because Disney's got a bunch of airheads working over there. That's why. Because there's no reason whatsoever for them to name their son Ben Solo. What are your thoughts on Avatar? I think it's okay, but don't understand how it could beat Star Wars. Well, first of all, he spent $1 billion on it. To me, he got ripped off. You made that for $1 billion. George Lucas or somebody else could have made that for $300 million, dude. 500 tops. I think it's just silly. I don't dislike it. It's okay, but it wasn't anything special. It's not epic. It's not. It looked pretty, but okay. This is the thing. It's the same thing with Titanic. Titanic didn't beat Star Wars because it's good or better than Star Wars. Titanic beat Star Wars because girls liked it, and girls went to see it several times. And what did girls do? They dragged their dad, they dragged their boyfriends, they dragged their husbands to it, because most men that went to see Titanic had no interest in seeing it in the first place and didn't enjoy the film. Now, I know there are men out there that like the movie. I'm not saying that there isn't, but most males had no interest, nor did they like the Titanic. They went because their girlfriends drugged them there. And there's an old saying in Argentina that a cunt hair is stronger and has more pull than a steel cable. which is very true. Okay, so that's where Titanic got it. Not because guys were like, yeah, this shit's amazing, dude, I gotta go see it 5 times. No, it's because women drug men to go see it. Because guys, it wasn't Netflix and chill then. It was like, okay, I'll go see Titanic and I'm gonna get laid. That's why. Not because objectively guys were like, oh yeah, because that's where it made the money, was people going to see it, especially boys and girls, right? That's where that came from. So same thing with Avatar. It's not because it was some amazing movie that, you know, that's how. Wouldn't it make more sense if they named him Bale or Lando? Yeah, I mean, there's 1,000 names that would have made more sense. Yeah. Luke, Anakin. I mean, there's plenty. Akbar. I mean, there's tons of names that would have made more sense. Nate, Maydeen. I mean, there's just tons of. But again, Disney doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Avatar is just Pocahontas or Ferngully. Yeah. Blue, which one? The James Cameron one or the cartoon? Yeah, I figure you're talking about the movie. The cartoon I haven't seen. And I don't dislike the movie. I thought it was okay. It has a nice message. It looked really nice. But was it like such a great thing to make all that money? No. I think it was ridiculous that he spent $1 billion on that. To me, I'm like, holy shit, you got ripped off, dude. It's a whole thread about Ahsoka being an independent Jedi Master according to Filoni and how it makes no sense. No, I didn't see that. That was today? Are you sure you mentioned me? I think you said you mentioned me, right? I didn't see that. You'll probably have to read the tweets from the beginning. I just tagged you in one tweet a part of it. I'll give you clear context next time. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I just remember I see and I get so much stuff. So, you know, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not trying to say that I'm so important. I can't see it, but it's just sometimes I see so much stuff. The difference is though, I actually look, because I hear people all the time like, oh, I can't look at my email because I get too much. No, you have to look at your email. It's just that sometimes it's so much I get overwhelmed. I will look again. The toy creators gave you spoilers for the prequels. Yes, they sure did. Not that they had intended, because they didn't know the prequels were coming. But what I'm saying is, I had that toy in my hand and it said Emperor Palpatine, the Dark Lord of the Sith. And on the backs, right, they had little short description, little story. And for example, Hammerhead was a bounty hunter. Greedo was a bounty hunter. This is stuff I knew at 7 years old. I don't, somewhere around there. I mean, so I knew who Emperor Palpatine was before you even really knew who he was in the movies, because we had the toy that said it. I knew stuff about Boba Fett before you saw him in the movie, because you had the early bird and you got the toy. So yeah, not that they were setting up the prequels because they didn't know the prequels were going to happen, but unintentionally, yes, they set up spoilers for the prequels. Yes, absolutely. Ironically. Mm-hmm. But again, as most people didn't know or remember, you would never, just me, I'm a nut. I remember this stuff, and you know how I am with Star Wars, the research. So again, as soon as I saw Senator Palpatine, I'm like, there's the Emperor. I'm maybe the exception, but yeah. But they didn't do it like intentionally. It's not what I was trying to say. I hope if that's what you took, that's not what I was trying to say. I'm just saying that, yes, there were stuff, if you were paying attention on the toys, that you knew. Hey, Drunk, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. Qui-Gon's death was ruined for me because it was on the soundtrack that came out a week before the movie. Qui-Gon death, lol. I got you. Too funny. I know what you mean. Yeah, the title was there. Yeah, it is funny. And again, most fans don't catch those subtleties. I know that the Drunk is a big time prequel fan, like I am, and obviously he picked up on that. There's different degrees of Star Wars fans, obviously, and some of us look at every little thing, the soundtrack titles, the toy boxes, I've always been that way. I look at every little hint, every clue, because I want to know more. I want to know what's going on. So, yeah. Absolutely. So that's a funny, I had forgotten about that, but yeah, good point, Trunk. I think that's most films. Good to see you here. He pops in here and there. My parents did not know Palpatine was Sidious. They were glad and surprised to see his true identity in episode 3. Yeah, and I'm not saying that it was better or worse. Me personally, I'm not a spoiler nut. What I mean is, I know people get all crazy, oh my God, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. I don't want to see any leaks or spoilers. Me, I'm like, I don't care. Show me, yeah. You can tell me just pretty much everything, because at the end of the day, until you actually watch the film, none of it means anything anyways. I've seen trailers that you're like, you think it's telling you the whole movie, and then you watch the movie and it's like, holy shit, that was wasn't even in the movie. Or vice versa. I've seen a trailer and then I go watch the movie and I'm like, holy shit, the trailer was literally the whole movie. All I had to do was watch this trailer. It's rare, but it happens. But to me, I don't get crazy. People are like, I don't want to know spoilers. To me, I want to know everything. So it doesn't take from the movie for me, because at the end of the day, I need to see the full context. Need to see the full product and package. So even though I knew this person's name or that this is happening, it doesn't change the development of Palpatine, how he gets the rise, how he manipulates, how he gets Anakin, how Anakin falls. I know we all knew Anakin's Darth Vader, right? Did that ruin it for you? No, because you still see him in that. Again, George Lucas is genius. He's showing you him as a little boy, and people don't understand. You must appreciate that, because you see the full arc of his fall, of his change. It is important to see him as that little boy. So it doesn't, those types of things don't take from me, because regardless of me knowing that's Palpatine, I still am going to see how does it unravel? How does it come about? You know what I mean? So that stuff doesn't bother me. I know some people get crazy with that. I don't want to know any spoilers. And me, it's tell me all that shit. I don't care. I think it's fair, especially if you're a video creator, to say, okay, here's some spoilers for you that don't want to know. You shouldn't just throw shit out there. But if George Lucas, called me and told me, hey, I'm making the sequel trilogy and here's 10 secret details that I'm only going to let you know. Guys, I'm going to come on here and make a video about it. I'm not going to hold it, and I didn't want to hurt, no, I'm going to make a video about it. I will let you know at the beginning of the video, hey, here's some shit you're about to find out, but I'm going to tell you about it. I'm not going to hold on to it and all that shit. Nope. Soundtrack spoiled the movie. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think he was being a little bit sarcastic. But yeah, I know that he very much liked Qui-Gon. It's if not his favorite character, I think he said that is his favorite character. But definitely one of them. So yeah, it kind of blows you a little bit to say his death, because he's going to die. And I get it. But at the end of the day, we still have to see his story and why he dies. So, and I'm me, he's him. Some people get crazy over that. No, I don't want to know. Me, it's again, we knew Palpatine is Anakin's Darth Vader, and he's going to die and turn into this machine. It didn't take away from me seeing him in the prequels. Just thought I'd mention it. He told me to bring it up, even though I already knew your answer. Now I can say I at least tried, yes. And don't get me wrong. If you ever think of an angle with Ahsoka, go ahead. Just know that I'm going to always know how to shoot it down, because I'm 20 steps, 1,000 steps ahead of Dave Dildoni. Because there's no way you slice it or dice it. There is one Jedi in Star Wars, Luke Skywalker. It is what it is. You can't get around that. Momentarily, there's Obi-Wan, right? And there's Yoda. But they both, as I have explained several times, they both are old and done, and they know that their only hope is to train Luke as little as they can to train Luke, because he's the only hope for the galaxy. That's the point of it all. Luke Skywalker. So no matter how you slice it and dice it and try to make an explanation or how it could fit, it can't fit. That's why I kind of laugh at it. But it is fun when people bring stuff, well, but what about this way? Or what about this? And I can show you that clearly it can't work. Because the conclusion is always the same. There's only Luke. The Sith have been extinct for a millennia. Correct. Just because you have amnesia doesn't mean other people don't know who you are. Correct. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? Correct. I can't wait to see Mace Windu and Ahsoka and Vader in the Bad Batch just to see more lore ruined. Yes, it is coming, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. James, don't give them any ideas. Oh, it's coming. It's way past them having any ideas. That's homework for everyone in chat too. Watch Life is a House chat. Yeah, I got to watch that. Full Metal Alchemist tier list is pretty good. I did see that long ass time ago, but I did see that and it was very good. The doc later tonight. Yeah. The Andor doc. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you mean Skywalker Legacy or the Andor doc, but for anyone, again, I will repeat, if you have not seen the Andor doc, watch it. It's badass. It's my best work to date. It's 93 minutes long, and I promise you will love it. You will not waste your time. It is fan-fucking-tastic. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and be like, yeah, my video is great. But genuinely, I'm telling you, go watch the Andor documentary. You will absolutely love it. It's like nothing you've seen. The editing is fantastic. And it's like a whole story and ride, and you all will love it. So go watch that Andor documentary. Full Metal Alchemist is great. Live, only seen Brotherhood, but it's damn good. Talking about did you watch Lucas' favorite episode of the Clone Wars? No, I have not. I have not had a minute to watch it. That's another thing I need to watch. Thank you for reminding me. Man, I have been so busy these past few months. And as I mentioned a while ago, things are going to slow down now, guys. You're going to probably get like a video once a week. You know, and if there's something that comes up, I'll make a video. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is one, there's not a whole lot going on, but also, like, I had just been on this massive grind and like a video every day, and like, it just didn't go anywhere. It was kind of pointless, to be honest with you. So I'd rather work on bigger projects, and you're gonna get less bulk of videos, but you know, I'll be making stuff. But on the same token, it's going to free me up a little bit. I need to pull back a little bit because I've just been nonstop. Cool fact, the ending Gungan song of Phantom Menace is actually a lighter version of Palpatine's theme in Return of the Jedi. Makes episode 1's ending all the more tragic. And Darth Jar Jar. Life is a House sounds like a happier version of Monster House. Well, Leia did meet Obi-Wan when she was a baby. But she wouldn't remember that. It's in a universe with space wizards, so she probably doesn't remember Obi-Wan. No, she does know Obi-Wan, dude. Are you forgetting? They're on the Millennium Falcon together. They go into the Death Star. They don't hang out and talk much, but they're there. Remember? She's with Luke and Han when Obi-Wan gets shut down. Luke, shoot the door, kid. Leia runs up on the Millennium Falcon, and Han does that weird thing where like he like pulls her back, but then like tells her to go up the ramp. I always thought that was so weird. Like, he stops her and pulls her back from going up the ramp, and then, yeah, she knows Ben. They're not tight. They don't, like, chill and talk a bunch, but, I mean, she's right there with him on the Falcon. She knows him. Ben Solo having his name only makes sense if Luke convinced Leia to name him that. Yeah, but why would he? Because it's Ben Skywalker, so he wouldn't do that. But I guess, yes, that would make sense. But she had some respect for Ben based on what little knowledge she grew up on. She grew up knowing about him, but Luke most likely convinced, and Han not playing much of a responsible role in Ben's life explains how. Plus, even though she didn't know him, she knew about him all her life, right? She's being raised like Obi-Wan is this important dude, and you helped my father in the Clone Wars, and blah, 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 blah. So she definitely knows of him. But yes, it wouldn't make much sense for her to name her son. Okay, it's not a question of her knowing Obi-Wan. She definitely knows who he is. She sends a message, "Help me, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope." I mean, she knows who Obi-Wan is. The question is, she doesn't have a connection to Obi-Wan for her to name her son Ben. That's the problem. It's not her knowing. It's that there's no point. There's no reason why she would do that. But she definitely knows who Obi-Wan is. Luke and Leia were making the decisions on Ben according to Disney canon. Yeah, you know where that takes us. Then again, Disney canon makes no sense. So honestly, me using its logic when it contradicts itself anyway is sad enough. There you go. Lore Star's video on Kanan Jarrus is the Bad Batch pretty much sums up how serious the LF takes her own. Oh, there's been stuff long before that. Toy Story is about toys coming to life. Stop spoiling the movie for me. Yes. Have you seen Space Mutiny? No, I don't think so. Rift it back in the day. Fucking classic. No, I don't remember Space Mutiny. Ratatouille is about a rat that can cook. No spoiler talk in my room. Yeah. I happen to love Ratatouille. I thought it was pretty cool. Is it like my top favorite film or top 10? No, but I like Ratatouille. I was cool with it. Good night greet to almost everyone before I sleep. Cool. Good night, James, Bad Boy, Roberto. Good night, Julian. That's cool, man. I appreciate that, Julian. Good night to you, man. As always, glad to see you. You have a great night. Pirates of the Caribbean is about pirates that live in the Caribbean that are trying to lift a curse. I can't hear you. Yeah. That's the thing. And again, I'm maybe an exception. I know a lot of people don't want to know stuff. Me, I'm like, give it to me. I want to know. Because at the end of the day, I can know all the little pieces, but until I see what the film is, here's the thing, guys. Information is important in any aspect of life. Even also like the example that I use, that like most people see a dead body and I see the whole crime scene. But regardless of you having all this evidence and information and knowledge and pieces, at the end of the day, it all is pieces and it doesn't fit or get in an order or make sense until you have context. So I could dump a bunch of Legos or a bunch of facts or evidence on a table, and it's depending on how you see the world or you're just feeling that day, you could arrange it a certain way and make one story, and I could come along and arrange it a different way and make a different story. So having pieces of stuff at the end of the day doesn't mean anything until you have the context. So to me, spoilers aren't a problem. I'm like, okay, show me, tell me. Because what matters at the end of the day is how it all is put together. So just knowing those pieces doesn't ruin it for me. That's just me. Thanks for stopping in. Proud Mahomie Zake. Appreciate you guys over on YouNow. I am watching the chat, so while this is streaming from my YouTube, I am paying attention. So just let me know if you have any questions or anything. And in fact, I'm going to refresh because I'm getting the spinning wheel. I'm going to reshare. YouTube seems to be spinning away too. Let me refresh over here. All right, hopefully that'll fix it. Sorry on the YouNow end, I'm juggling stuff, so. Can we all agree that Plo Koon is highly underrated? Freaking Predator Jedi, yes, please. I always liked Plo Koon. I thought he was pretty cool. It would have been nice to see him doing some Jedi pilot stuff. Do you recommend Clone 2008? Seems like a big apology for the prequels. No, I don't, because it's not Star Wars. If you want to see Clone Wars, you watch Attack of the Clones, and you watch Genndy Tartakovsky's 2003-2005 real Clone Wars. No, I do not recommend anything that Dave Phony Baloney has created, because it's all a bunch of fucking mess. People at my school keep saying that Plo Koon is more powerful than Yoda and can predict the future. First, why isn't he the head of the council? Second, why couldn't he predict Order 66? Because he can't. And I don't know where your friends are getting that, but they're dumbasses. Another great, Yoda is the wisest of all the Jedi, so another great movie I hate in is Shattered Glass. He is a reporter who likes to lie and his readers just to gain acknowledgement. I've seen that movie. It is good. She's with Falcon with Ben. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure there's this part there where they're on the Falcon, right? Let's see. They hire Han. They fly to the Death Star. They get sucked into the Death Star. No, she's already in the Death Star cell. They free Leia. So no, Leia only sees Ben in passing very quickly. No, they're not in the Falcon. I have to correct myself there. But she does, in fact, remember, when he gets struck down, shoot the door, kid. Okay, they do. Han, Leia, they see Obi-Wan. They see that battle of Vader, right? As brief as it is, it's a passing moment. She does see it. But again, she knows about Ben since she's a child. She says, help me, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope. Or my only hope. I forget if she says mine or our, but. So yes, no, they're not on the Falcon. Also remember that When Luke loses his hand, they're on the Falcon. Leia's taking care of him, and this is Empire. Ben says something to him right now. I can't remember. And Luke's like, Ben, why didn't you tell me? And Leia's right there, remember? Vader's like, Luke, son, join me. And Luke's like, Father. And then he says, Ben, why didn't you tell me? And Leia's sitting right next to him. So again, it's not that Leia's unfamiliar with Ben. It's just she has no context or reason to name her. She has no connection, direct connection to him. People spoil video games for me. I don't care. Plus, I forget unless I play the game. Have you ever watched Forensic Files? One or two here or there, but not really. I'm ironically not huge on like all those murder mysteries and those types of things. It's not that I dislike them. I just like sci-fi. I like Star Wars more. And there's only so much time in the day. Remember watching the full game of Batman Arkham Asylum? Everything is sure. When I did play the game, I remember just about everything. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I really like hip hop. Hip hop's always been my thing. I like a lot of music, but I really like hip hop. And like, I couldn't tell you the words. Well, maybe a little lyric here or there, but in general, I don't remember the words. I hear the music, and I could like rhyme the whole song. When I have the musical cues, when I can hear the whole, I can go right along with it. So it's just the way your brain works. And I'm like that sometimes with games too. Games, movies. No games unless I play the story mode. Yeah, I very much like to play the story mode of games. Like, even if it's an online game, I'll play the campaign first and then play the online. Luminara Andoli is my absolute favorite. I didn't know her name till the Clone Wars series and just called her the Jedi Nun. Yeah, she's cool. Salutations and all here. Hey, Gordon. What's up? Comics are getting it from comics. Yep. Leia and Luke were both 19 during A New Hope. I'm surprised how many people forget this. Yep. Rey is 19 in The Force Awakens, by the way. Wonder where that came from. Talking about toys coming to life. As a kid, I always kind of wish my Star Wars toys would come to life like the Indian in the cupboard, assuming their characters' personas and acting accordingly. Yeah, careful what you ask for. A little Darth Vader running around. It might be a problem. Fucking love Forensic Files. Yeah. Imagine him like floating your cereal across, or doing silly shit. All right, I think I'm gonna take a quick break, and let me see if I see anything on Twitter here. Yeah, I don't see. I'll keep looking for it. I don't see anything right now about what you're talking about. We could talk a little bit about JJ, and we need to talk about the Bad Batch. Oh boy. So we'll look at that. Darth Vader was in the Indian in the cupboard. He wasn't he? Was he in Toy Story too? I know he was. No, I guess not in Toy Story. But he's been in one or two cartoons as a toy. Cartoons, animated stuff. We don't like Tarkin's plan to replace our clones with humans, but we're running out of Fett DNA. Why don't you just clone the clones? To be fair, first of all, in lore, before I'm not sure if it was before or after Disney, but there is something in lore that Django's genetic juice is depleting. I'd have to double check, but I've talked about it in an older video or stream, but right now I don't remember if it was pre or post Disney. So there is something there about that. Now, to be fair, because I know a lot about plants and actually I know a bit about cloning, you can clone a clone, but know that every time you clone a clone, it diminishes a little bit. So you always want to clone from the core sample, Django directly. Now you could, from his clone, so now you got a clone, right? Not a Boba Fett, but a clone. Well, Boba Fett, it would be the same, but or at least for the most part the same. So you got a clone, right? And then you clone him. He's going to be slightly diminished from the original clone. Now, you now clone from the clone of that clone, and you make another clone. And then you clone from him another clone. Whenever you do that, it's the same thing. Like, this is very important in cloning plants, especially like marijuana plants, because when you start to clone a clone, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. So proper cloning is you need to get it from the mother. You need to get clippings from the mother to make a direct clone. When you start cloning from a clone, the plant, it diminishes. And the same thing with any type of cloning. When you start to sample, they diminish, they degrade. You always want to, from the master source, the mother source. So there is something to that. It's not a solution to clone the clones. Now, the first 2, 3 cycles, 5 cycles, okay, yeah, I mean, they'll be pretty good. But just to know that you can't like infinitely clone clones, because and then something like marijuana plants, you want them as pure and as strong as possible. So you don't want to clone a clone. You want to always seek out growers. They always are seeking out the mother plant to take direct clippings from that mother plant. Not like, oh, I went to the store and bought a clone, clipping, and then presume I'm going to, because that could be a 5th generation clone, and it's So that's why. You thinking of Zurg? Zurg is Darth Vader, and yeah, no, it wasn't Darth Vader, but I know he's like in 1 or 2 other animated cartoons and stuff. I've seen Darth Vader pop up here and there. As a kid, I didn't have a lot of video games, so I got a good deal of enjoyment just watching and hearing my friends talk about them and playing them. So I watched a lot of instead of play until later. Yeah. We don't like Tarkin's plan to replace our clones with humans, but we're running out of Fett DNA. Why don't you just clone Fett's clones? Yeah, and again, that's the problem. Is you kind of, I mean, you can, but they're not going to be. If you're already considering getting rid of the original clones, then you definitely don't want a 3rd, 5th, 10th generation of clones, because they're going to be garbage. And when I say garbage, they might have disabilities. Maybe they can't learn as much or as fast or whatever. But the biggest problem is, even if they could learn the same and grow the same and all that, what's going to happen is their genetic breakdown is not going to be as potent. So they're not going to be as fast. They're not going to be as sharp. They're not going to be as accurate. They're not going to live as long. They're going to deteriorate and age maybe 4 times as fast or 10 times as fast. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to them being twice the acceleration. Now they're at the twice acceleration, the same code, but because that code is now diminished, they actually end up, and it may even be like for their first 10 years to where they're like 20, like Boba Fett's 10, and the rest of the clones are 20 because they're at a double rate of accelerated growth, right? But a 5th generation clone at 10 years old, which is Boba Fett, which is 20 years old, as in all the other clones, well, that clone of a clone of a clone at 10 might be 40, because his genetics are breaking down and are inferior to begin with. So now, you understand, it would be basically a waste of time, because you're making soldiers that would have such a small lifespan or worth, or wouldn't even achieve the maximum result of the other clones. Now, if all that you had was that, I mean, yeah, you could technically, but in an ideal state, you want the best soldiers possible. So cloning a clone of a clone, it doesn't work. Bobby, hey, what's up? Good to see you. Hello. I was just about to take a break, so here's a good spot. I'll take a quick few-minute break, and I will be back in about 5-10 minutes. I need to stretch. I'm going to grab a slice of cold pizza. And I will be back with you guys in about 10 minutes. And I think on YouNow it was fucked up because I was having spinning a wheel of death. And I was thinking it was YouNow, but it was apparently what was being shared, the actual stream from YouTube. Anyways, mistakes happen. Live and learn. Hello, Daco last night. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's really awesome. So anyone who hasn't seen it, make sure you watch the ANDOR documentary. You will love it. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, I see my description updated. Let me look at this. When's in Star Wars main show. Both nights start between 7 and 9. Cool. All right, so yeah, I'll take a quick break, and then we've got JJ on the sequel trilogy, which most of you probably saw or heard that stuff, but we'll touch on it. And then we're going to talk about some Bad Batch stuff, some observations I've made, and some problems that I see. And oh boy, is that show fucking dumb. So anyways, hang tight, and I will be back in about 10 minutes. Let's see. All right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story. The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town, and they would, help solve the problems, and in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel, and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting. The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all that kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. Everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
always love how KK attempts to explain Star Wars and George interrupts her. He's like, no. I don't remember which one, but listen, guys, I never try to be arrogant. I never try to pretend I know everything. Hey, Shane Stewart, thanks for stopping in. But remember, I've been a Star Wars fan since '77, and I'm not a casual fan. I'm someone that always looked at the lore, studied the canon, does the research. So I know that all my points are excellent points. Marino and Rebellion after the Empire came into power was an interesting concept. Pitting clones against fellow brother clones. Star Wars Battlefront. Yeah. I just think the problem is that the clones are all programmed the same way, so they really shouldn't be behaving differently. That's another problem with the Filoni Clone Wars, is that he made them all independent. They speak differently, have different hair, and act differently, and it's not how they would be. They would all be the same. They're basically the equivalent of the droid army. They're all the same. Clones and clones in general when it comes to Disney logic. Yeah, well, in Disney's unlogic, sure, you could make all kinds of clones. Yeah, they did mention how Palpatine was having problems. Also in the, I think it was Dark Empire, there's that whole story of Palpatine cloning himself and Luke turning to the dark side momentarily and that stuff. And Palpatine was having problems because the clones just kept deteriorating. He had to keep jumping from body to body. And the thing is, you need the mother sample, the original sample. There you go. Shane, if you're still around, I always encourage, my streams are always about interacting. So if you have any questions, comments, and listen, you know, I'm never so rigid as to, like I said, I love the EU. It's not that I mind other side stories, to explore other things and do other things. But first and foremost, you have to know the canon. And second, when you have so many of these other loosey-goosey stories all over the place, and you got youth that are growing up with it, like the Clone Wars cartoons, then you get all confused as to what is Star Wars. So then later you're like, you know, oh, this works this way. But meanwhile, if you go by what the movies are, what you're supposed to do, the canon, you realize, no, it doesn't work. So is it, as long as you know the difference and you can separate it, is it fun to have other stuff, other stories? Sure. But you just can't come and be like, well, but you know, Dave Filoni said this. What Dave Filoni doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Canon is what determines. One or two. You should make them YouTube shorts. There's a The thing is, are you making them directly on your phone as TikToks? Because if you are, there's a TikTok downloader where you can download them without the watermark, the TikTok. It's not to say that you can't upload TikToks like that with the TikTok, but YouTube doesn't like that. So you're better just getting the video, the vertical video, and uploading it as a YouTube short. I have one with over 2 million views, so. Four sensitive clones is seen. Four sensitive clones, X1 and X2, and video game. Yeah, I mean, maybe as a side thing, non-canon playing with it. Yeah. And she gets shot down every time. You sure did. What do you think of the droid army in the Clone Wars? The Clone Wars cartoon? Like the tactical droid in the Bad Batch? The Kobe Bryant K2B4? All that mess? I think they're kind of the least of the problem. They act pretty much as they did. The clones themselves are the problem. And Ahsoka, of course. Ahsoka is the biggest freaking problem in all of Star Wars. But the battle droids, I think they're pretty consistent. From what I remember, I don't seem to have a big problem with them. Yeah, I remember a little bit about them. Country. Yeah. Well, and it shows her what she thinks of herself, because she had the nerve to try to explain Star Wars right in front of the maker. And you should have the humility in that interview to just shut the fuck up and let George do the talking. But she was so desperate to show, like, see, I know what I'm doing. Attack at the Temple and the Rots. Yeah. Yep. Oh, she knew. Because I showed you guys on StarWars.com the day that it was sold. In that interview, I don't know if it was from that day or could have even been before, where she says, we're already looking at what stories we're going to create and what we're going to do, and you shouldn't be looking at anything. You have George Lucas right there, and he handed you the sequel trilogy. What you should have said is, we're getting on George Lucas' sequel trilogy as soon as possible. It's the only thing you should have done. But she said it herself. We're already people, writing stories and looking at what we're going to do and blah, 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 blah. right from the beginning. I'm not the commander, he's the commander. What? Dies. Guess I'm the commander now. Dies. Yes. Always like eating good cold pizza. Yeah. Especially at 2 in the morning when you're doing a live stream. How many clones were there that became war criminals? There's that one in season 1. There's 5, Rex, Echo. The Bad Batch, I guess. I think there was 1 or 2 more. Rex, 5, Echo. I'm trying to remember what the hell happens to Cody. In season 7, he's interrogating the droids, or the other clones. What the hell happens to Cody? Is he there at the end with Vader? I don't remember now. I'd have to go back and watch. Yeah, but I'm talking about in the Clone Wars cartoon. What happens to him? Where does he go? Well, I guess that's... You see him up to Order 66, and then you pick up from the movie, I guess, is what they did. I'm just trying to remember if we see Cody again. Yeah, he's not... I didn't mean he's a war criminal. I'm just trying to remember, like, what happened to... Echo went missing in action, right, until Bad Batch found him, right. I feel like there's 1 or 2 others. Rex, 5, Echo. Fordo was in the Gendy. I don't remember right now. I'd have to go back and look. Cody just stayed with the Empire until he died of old age or at war or something. Yeah, I guess. The guy that killed Krell. Yeah. I don't remember who it was, though. I remember the scene because I actually saw it recently. Again. Somebody did a video. Lore Star or somebody did a video. And like within a month, I saw the Krell. Pong Krell. But I don't remember. All right, let's look at JJ real quick. Became a Sith. Yeah, I don't remember either. I don't know. I don't remember Krell's story too well. I know Krell mostly from the Force Collection game that I used to play. And he was an awesome card. He was a cool character. That's how I mostly know him. I don't remember a whole lot from the Clone Wars. My mind tends to weed out stupidity. I thought that the difference of the battle droid's demeanor in episode 1 and 2 being serious and cold robotic daunting than going to comedic, more lighthearted voice attitude in episode 3 and 2008 Clone Wars. I thought they were comedic in Phantom Menace. Roger, Roger. We're an envoy headed to Coruscant. Wait, that does not compute. Shoot them. Or arrest them. Whatever he says. I felt like they were kind of comedic in episode 1. I don't feel that the droids changed too much. I kind of put the battle droids' differences in demeanor down to a change in programming. Yeah, I'd have to watch the Clone Wars again. From what I remember, I don't remember a whole bunch of difference or attitude change in the battle droids. To me, they were pretty much always the same blockheads. But it's been a while since I've really paid attention to the Clone Wars cartoon, so. Plus, I watched it like well after the movies and not taking it seriously. So my mind doesn't connect too much. I would have to watch it again thinking about it. The difference in them. But from what I remember, like nothing, it doesn't jump out to me that they were so different. But I'd have to watch it again. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Again, I haven't watched it in a while to really like strongly compare. Let's look at this JJ thing, get that out the way, and then we're going to talk about Bad Batch. Which I know probably you guys are pretty aware of the JJ thing, but we'll take a look and I'll give my take on it. I'll have to pause it every so often because of copyright, but let me see, can I, what will that do? It should enlarge it. There we go. Okay, let's see what Mr. JJ has to say. There we go. Okay, let's see what Mr. JJ has to say. You guys can hear okay? I got to put on earphones because if not, it's going to make a audio loop. So hold on a second. Hello. Can you hear me now? No one looks excited. Yeah, can you guys hear me now? You might not hear from me a little bit. Just gonna listen because I don't feel like talking. No worries, James. He does not look through. No one looks excited. Okay, good. Let's see if JJ you can hear. Kind of low. Can you guys hear the video okay? Video has no audio. Let me try resharing it. Okay, I think now it should work.
Liked about the Star Wars franchise that you guys did was.
You can hear that? Yes, no, maybe so.
The creative handoff between you and Rian Johnson, which I felt, you know, it was letting.
Audio is good. Okay, good. So, he says the creative handoff between you and Rian Johnson. So right from the beginning, he says that Andrew, Dino, Puffin stuff. Thanks for stopping in.
Filmmakers take their own stories and take the story where they want it to go, and I felt that played out in a really interesting way. But I know not everyone feels that way, and I'm curious for you, as the person who helped get that foundation off the ground and also concluded it, do you feel like that trilogy would have benefited from planning out a very strict 3-movie story from the very beginning, or do you enjoy that kind of creative freedom to kind of take the characters different ways and kind of see how it goes?
You know, I've been involved in a number of.
Are you guys hearing it once, or you're hearing it like twice, like I am? Almost not an echo, but like it's playing twice. Are you hearing it okay once or twice? Because I'm like looping and sharing, so to me it sounds like twice, but I want to make sure you guys hear it okay. Okay. We'll continue.
Projects that have been, you know, in most cases, series that have ideas that begin the thing where you feel like you know where it's going to go, and then.
Okay, again, I'm going to pause every now and then just for copyright. So.
Sometimes it's an actor who comes in. Other times it's a relationship that, as it's written, doesn't quite work, and things that you think are going to just, you know, be so well received. just crash and burn, and other things that you think like, oh, that's a little small moment, that's a one episode character, suddenly become a hugely important part of the.
If you haven't seen this, he dances around for like 5 minutes and then he's going to get to, well, it's not 5 minutes, it's a 3-minute video, but you know what I mean.
The story, and I feel like what I've learned as a lesson a few times now, and it's something that in especially in this pandemic year, working with writers, the lesson is that you have.
I like how he says in a pandemic year. The Rise of Skywalker and definitely Force Awakens came out before the pandemic, so that's no excuse.
Have to plan things the best you can, and you always need to be able to respond to the unexpected, and the unexpected can come in all sorts of forms. And I do think that there's nothing more important than knowing where you're going. And there are projects that I've worked on where we had some ideas, but we hadn't worked through them enough. We had sometimes we had some ideas, but then we weren't allowed to do them the way we wanted to.
Things we weren't allowed to do. Rian Johnson was given full reins. He went off, wrote his story, directed it entirely.
We had, I mean, I've had all sorts of situations where, you plan things in a certain way, and you suddenly find yourself doing something that's 180 degrees different. And then sometimes it works really well, and you feel like, wow, that really came together. And other times you think, oh my God, I can't believe this is where we are. And sometimes when it's not working out, it's because it's what you planned. And other times when it's not working out, it's because it didn't. It's like you never really know. But
what a hack. Okay. When you have a plan, no, things don't 180 degrees. They go off maybe a little bit of a different direction. But when something is 180 degrees, it's because you didn't have any plan at all.
But having a plan, I have learned in some cases the hard way, is the most, critical thing, because otherwise you don't know what you're setting up. You don't know what you're, what to emphasize, because if you don't know the inevitable of the story,
It's so important to have a plan because you don't know what you're setting up. No kidding, JJ.
You're just as good as your last, sequence or effect or joke or whatever, but you want to be leading to something inevitable.
You're just as good as your last effect or joke or whatever. What a fucking disgrace they are. So anyways, I'm sure a lot of you had seen stuff about it or heard about it, but that's where that comes from. And he quite literally admits, like, we didn't have a plan. How stupid. Oh, boy. I've not seen this. Sounds like a slimy politician. I think he was just covering his ass about Finn. Yeah, covering his ass about the whole thing, really. He couldn't plan a trip to the bathroom. His life depended upon it. No, I don't think he could. Of course, blame COVID, fucking dumbass. He is probably a Zeo puppet. Yeah, and again, the movie came out before COVID, so I don't know. I don't know, James. I don't know. George never really knew either, right? Jar Jar. Fuck it. Fuck this clown shoe wearing hack. Yep. Maybe he gets the work because he's the only one willing to do it. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I wish I knew the answer how anybody would hire him to do this stuff. Georgia plagued our nations, burned our crops, and blew up people's houses. Why, Kathy? Beans. Yes. Ryan's work was like the flies and hatching maggots on JJ's excrement sandwich. Yeah. Sure was. Anyways, and it's not about validating me. It's you know, I know maybe not everyone actually saw that actual video where it came from, and but this is the stuff I've been saying for how long, you know? I've shown you and read the interview with Kazdan and JJ where they say, no, we didn't have a plan. We were just we were excited to just hand it to Ryan and see where he takes it. It's like, that's not how you do a sequel. That's not how you do a trilogy of any type, and especially not a Star Wars trilogy that has 40 years of fans and pre-established lore. And I mean, what the hell was Disney thinking? What was Disney thinking? Well, I guess, as they say, they weren't thinking. I don't know anything about Batman, but I'm going to do a movie about him anyway and do no research. Me, I don't want to live anymore. Yeah, it's pretty amazing how they get people that don't love or know these franchises to work on them. It's just absolutely insane. All right. Let's look at the Bad Batch. Well, there's plenty we could talk about on that one. I'm going to focus on today's or yesterday's episode and a couple references from the previous Moochie episode. You guys should see. Okay. So this episode, starting to get a little tired. This episode opens with Omega practicing her bow, right? Shooting at the wall at the target, doing target practice. Okay. Fine, whatever. Don't have a big problem with that. But there's a few things you need to notice. Number one, how she's holding the bow. So, first, she's holding the bow in her left hand. With her right, she's pulling the string and shooting. Second, the bow is on the inside of her arm. Like you would any normal bow, you would have it on the inside of your arm. This is a little bit later when they're in that droid, or they're on Corellia, right? At the droid factory. The Martez sister is here. They're chasing around for the head of the tactical droid. And she's like, freeze, don't move. I've got my light arrow thing pointing at you. Okay, so again, you see she's holding it with her left, and it's on the inner part of her arm. She's pulling back with the right. Fine. Which, by the way, this, in the Moochie episode, I didn't take a screenshot, but this, originally, they shoot it, and that's what makes a net that captures the Bad Batch. And that's what Omega picks up. But now it's like this laser arrow. Before it was that net. So I don't know what happened there. Is there a setting to change it, or I don't know what happened, but okay. There's not much to talk about the episode because there's a bunch of filler, fluffy bullshit. It's just trashy, lame ass fucking episode, and I fell asleep. I ended up watching it again, but I'm not going to talk much about the episode because there's nothing to talk about. It was fucking dumb. Anyways, so here at the end, they all become buddies, even though they go through this whole thing and chasing the head around and fighting each other and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So here they're back at the ship. They're all hanging out. Look who it is. We already saw them earlier, but now we see them full. Here's the Martez SJW sisters. Dave Filoni created them, and Dave Filoni brought them back. He didn't just bring them back, but he knows that everybody skipped those 4 episodes in season 7. And here they are again. Because why? Dave doesn't give a goddamn about Star Wars. He doesn't give a goddamn about George Lucas. And he doesn't give a goddamn about you. Dave is on this woke bullshit. Dave is on his agenda. And Dave cares about Ahsoka. I've said it 1,000 times. I guess I'm going to have to say it 1,000 more times. I fucking told you so. Dave Filoni is not going to save a goddamn thing. He's not going to fix Star Wars. He is not The Apprentice. He is none of those things. He's a dumbass. Here they are. Now, he takes it a step further. Our contact needed that information from the tactical droid head to fight back against the Empire. So now, not only did he bring the freaking Martez sisters back, he put them in Bad Batch, but now he's implying that these 2 twits had an important role in fighting the Empire and that they had information that who was probably Bale, whoever their contact is going to need to help the rebellion to try to fight the Empire. And here we go again, diminishing the OT and attacking pre-established lore. Because there are no Martez sisters, there are no other people gaining information. The story is very clear. Bothans, or not Bothans in Star Wars, that was in Jedi, but as we see in Rogue One, right? They get the plans for the Death Star, and that's how it goes down. Not because these 2 were doing stuff. So just like in the Lego Holiday Special, where they're putting it in kids' heads that Rey was there with Luke, and we blew up the Death Star. Well, guess what? Now Dave Filoni is bringing these 2 into... Oh, look, the rebels were able to win because they got information, intel from these 2. They were so important. Meanwhile, they had absolutely nothing to do with the rebellion or the Death Star plans. But Dave is injecting them in so that now your kids are going to grow up with this nonsense and think that these 2 had anything to do with destroying the first Death Star. It's your boy, Dave Filoni. Then they say R4, I think it is, or R7. I forget what they say. It might be R7. Contact our, reach our contact. And they specifically say he. I forget the exact dialogue, but let him know we're calling or something like that. They say he, him. So we know it's a dude. Then I believe it's R7 does the hologram here. Now, we don't see who this is, and technically it could be any freaking bunny. But we do know it's a man because they say he. Now, judging by the robes and being a man and deducing from Rebels information, this is more than likely Bail Organa. It could be anybody, but more than likely this is Bail Organa. So again, Dave Filoni jumping out there and contradicting George fucking Lucas, and now making it to where these two fucking twits are giving Bail Organa, of all people, important information that's going to help the rebellion. Here we go with the Ahsoka shit again. Inserting shit, making shit up, creating his own Star Wars. Okay, back to Omega. This is the Moochie episode. Here is where she picks up that arrow. Now, she instinctively picks it up with her left hand, as you can see. Also, when I showed you the first images, she was firing with her left hand, right? Because instinctively, when you're right-handed, you hold a bow in your left hand. Fine. Now, notice where it is, on the outside of her arm. Here is a little bit later shot. You see it's on her left arm, outside of her left arm, but instinctively it's on her left arm. Now, towards the end of that episode, this speeder comes kind of slinking in slowly and turns. And as I had mentioned before in the previous stream, look where the arrow is. On the outside of her arm, but on the right. Why did this happen? Because they're thinking exposition. They're showing, they want, when they come up, so you clearly see she has the arrow. But that's wrong. It's supposed to be on her left arm. So it's a fuck up because they're breaking their own continuity. They're looking for shiny lights instead of substance. You don't need to show us that it's on her right arm, and you need to maintain the continuity that it is on her left arm. They done fucked up. It's on the wrong arm. Now, they probably did this on purpose, like I said, because of exposition. They want you to see that it's on her arm. But this is the point of everything that I talk about with continuity and canon. You don't do this. You don't do this type of thing, this type of exposition for the sake of just doing it. That's bullshit show, movie, media creation. What you do is you maintain, especially in Star Wars, the continuity of it on her left arm. We're not stupid. And that's the problem, is that Dave Filoni and all of them at Lucasfilm think we are stupid. So they have to put it on this arm to show us. When what they should have done is maintain the accuracy and left it on the left. Now, this is stupidity too. A young child, boy or girl, but this little girl is riding on a fucking Rancor. I know it's a cartoon. I know it's meant to be cute, but this little toothpick is riding on the back of a Rancor. That's real responsible and realistic. Fucking Dave. Okay, now let's go back. You see this is on the outside of her arm. Outside of her arm. Outside of her arm. So how exactly is she supposed to shoot this? If it's on the outside of her arm, is she going to cross her arm and pull back and shoot. Again, this is exposition. They're trying to show you without using logic, without thinking, because you can't shoot a fucking bow with the bow on the outside of your fucking arm, Dave. For Christ's sake. Now, if it was like an automatic bow where you clench on the handle, it opens up, and then it just like shoots arrows, okay. But Dave, for getting his own shit and for thinking of lights and glitter instead of actual continuity and how the fuck your own thing works, Dave Dildoni, it has to be on the inside of her arm because it's, at the end of the day, just a laser bow and arrow. This is your boy, Dave Filoni. And that's about all there is to say about Bad Batch. That's the logic, the stupidity, the nonsense that it is. Those episodes get worse and worse, dumber and dumber, more boring. I just don't even get how anybody is a fan or excited, or I just don't get it. The Bad Batch is so freaking stupid. Teach his own. JJ complaining about not having a plan. GL, you have my treatments. Am I a joke to you? Correct. They didn't need a plan. They had the fucking story. That's me. Oh, wait. You said the Bad Batch. Now I'm sad. Is this Omega a main character? I cannot stomach the show. She looks cringe as fuck. Yes. And why are they taking this little girl on all these missions and inside this dangerous-ass droid factory? Now she's part of the team and communicating and giving signals and orders. And, like, what the hell is going on here? It's like a 10-year-old girl. It doesn't matter if it's a girl or boy. I'm just saying, what is this little 10-year-old girl doing in this freaking droid factory and fighting along grown men clones? It's ridiculous. So fucking dumb. I know how to shoot a bow and arrow. I know very well that that's how you don't hold a bow and arrow. Correct. And they even say, I forgot to screenshot it. They even say, I think it's Record that says it, like, looks like she's not a natural after all. Dave Filoni, do you not remember your own shit? Because in episode 1, she out of nowhere picks up a pistol. Not only has the bravery, a small child, to pick up a fucking blaster, then has further bravery to point it and shoot it at someone, and very naturally knows how to shoot it, remove the safety if there is one, or know that it is off, and not only shoot it, but with pinpoint accuracy shoots fucking Crosshair. Picks up a blaster out of nowhere and shoots Crosshair. But yet, now, all of a sudden, she's dumb and doesn't know how to, I guess she's not that great. Now, I know someone like Filoni is going to make the argument, well, but a blaster is not the same as a bow and arrow. No, it's a 10-year-old girl. She's not picking up a bow and arrow or a fucking blaster. Stop fucking around, Dave Filoni. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Now, by all means, your father's a hunter. You live out in Alabama, and all your life you're brought up with bows and rifles, and you're being taught and how to hold it and how to use it. A 10-year-old girl, by all means, could kill a deer. I have no argument there. But when you have not been trained in any of this stuff, and you're just instinctively picking up pistol and shooting at someone and hitting them. No, dude, it's ridiculous. Why can't Disney get the way people hold weapons right? I don't know. Boba Fett in Mandalorian was holding his rifle all wrong. Dave Filoni. Those woke sisters look lame as fuck too. Who the fuck likes this crap? Talk about poor taste. Yes, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you got people out here like, that's how you do fan service. This show is fine. It's great. It's not woke. It's not. Well, there you go. There's your Martez sisters. I want to hear your defense now. I want to hear all about how it's not woke and it's all good. And Dave Filoni's the chosen one and the apprentice, and he's going to save Star Wars. And it's so great that he's the director. And you're going to see he's going to fix things. And no, I'm tired of that shit. Shut the fuck up. I've been told you. I'm so sick of hearing these other creators talking this nonsense. Ray couldn't have said she witnessed Luke blowing up the Death Star. You lost me there. Ray couldn't have said she witnessed Luke blowing up the Death Star. I'm not sure what you mean. Because in the holiday special, she indeed is with Luke in the X-Wing. And then afterwards, she says, we blew up the Death Star. I like how she throws herself in there. We. SJW sisters are the definition of cringe. They disgust me, can hardly bear the mere sight of them. Yes, it's pretty ridiculous. And I want to be very clear for anybody that watches my streams. I have no problem against anyone. I'm Latino. I have no problem with two little Latinas being in Star Wars. But those two are fucking dumb as shit. Now, who is their little friend? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Who's their homie? Ahsoka fucking Tano. And remember what I said weeks ago? Mark my words. You're going to see Grogu, you're going to see Ahsoka, and you're going to see Darth Vader. Well, guess what? Guess who was right again? Now I can guarantee it because here's the Martez sisters, and they're going to find Ahsoka. They're going to contact her. And now this little whatever information is going to go to Bail, and it's going to get to Ahsoka. And now Ahsoka is going to be the big hero of the rebellion because she's going to transport this secret data. And, you know, Bad Batch is going to be involved. And the whole OT just went fucking down the toilet because there's no longer the importance of the Death Star plans. Now it's, you know, Ahsoka did this, and the Martez sisters helped, and the Bad Batch was involved, and that's how the rebellion succeeded because of all these Dave Dildoni fucking fantasy characters. Not because of what George Lucas created, not because of the canon and what we've known for 40 fucking years, but because Dave Filoni just got to get himself in there, and here we fucking go. So be prepared because, like I told you, we will be seeing Grogu, we will be seeing Ahsoka, and we will be seeing Darth Vader in the Bad Batch. Can't get over it. What percentage is that character on screen? Like all the fucking time. It's ridiculous. Grown men carrying around this little girl and bringing her into battles, and it's just absurd. It's ridiculous. That's Disney for you. They used to be somewhat decent up until about a little over a decade ago. Yeah. Oh yeah, after two bad films, I have learned that I have to have a plan. I'm just making a fan film about samurais, and I know I have to have a plan. Yeah. What about Star Trek, and what about everything else you do, JJ? You have to have a plan, dude. Just by looking at Omega's character, you can tell something is off. Yeah, and wait till we find out who she is. It's fucking dumb. In Attack of the Clones, Anakin got his arm stuck in a piece of metal. Do you see that as foreshadowing for him losing his arm at the end of the movie? I just realized this. I've thought about it before. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was just showing Anakin's impatience and recklessness. I don't think it was so much trying to foreshadow as that moment. Like Anakin, again, you know, like you see how talented he is and powerful he is, but yet just like that, he also can get himself in a stupid mess. I think that was the point, more so that moment. Abrams and Iger, George Lucas outlines. Whatever. Yes. Yes, she is. And the Martez sisters are even worse. How did Omega join the Bad Batch? Just out of curiosity. They're on Camino. They meet. She's like, I want to go with you guys. And they're like, no, kid, you know, you can't come with us, whatever. So Tarkin wants to get rid of the clones. The Kaminoans are like, no, they're reliable. You'll see. So then Tarkin sends them on a special mission. They find out that the special mission is to kill rebels. So they don't do it. Crosshair, who's got his fucking wires crossed, is like, oh, you disobeyed orders, blah, blah, blah. So then the Bad Batch become fugitives, and Crosshair becomes like Tarkin's boy now. So they're trying to escape, and Omega is there, and she picks up a blaster and shoots Crosshair so they can escape. So that's basically how she joins them. She goes on the ship with them. They escape. That's the basic story there. Sanity, anybody who continues to willingly watch the Disney Star Wars garbage. Yeah, well, what can I tell you, man? Did she really need to say they blew up the Death Star? She should have just said, I witnessed Luke blowing up the Death Star. Yep. But nope, she literally says, we did it. We blew up the Death Star. I will say it again. Every time I watch The Bad Batch, I have to do a huge effort to not fall asleep. And I watch the episode on the day when I don't feel tired. Yep. Yeah, for me, like, it's funny because that guy said yesterday was that, or, well, now yesterday, right? Because we're now on Saturday. Because I streamed on YouNow the ANDOR documentary, and he was hanging with me. And he said, did you see Bad Batch? I was like, you know what? Honestly, I forgot all about it. So I'll go watch it. And he says, oh, the Martez sisters show up. I'm like, oh, Lord. And he said, did you watch it or did you fall asleep again? I said, no, I forgot all about it. So then later, I was a little sleepy. I was up early and I did a bunch of stuff. And I was like, man, I think I'm going to take a little nap. So I was a little sleepy. So to be fair, but I put it on. I watched like 5 or so minutes of it. And I'm sitting here like, so then I get up, do a couple things, whatever. Then I come back. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to lay down for a few. I'm going to take a nap. So then I lay down and I'm watching like the laptop from the bed. That bed right there, I'm laying. I can see the laptop right across from where the pillow, where where the pillows are. I lay my head there, and I can see right over here to the desk the laptop. I put it in full screen. So I knew I was going to fall asleep, but I was like, all right, let me see if I can at least get through this episode. 10 minutes maybe in, I'm like, my eyes are closing. I can't. It's so fucking boring. It's so stupid. So then later I woke up and I just kind of skimmed through it. So I knew what I was talking about, and I took some screenshots because there wasn't anything really to talk about anyways. It was freaking just a filler dumbass episode. So I took the screenshots, and here we are. So to be honest with you, I haven't sat like awake through the whole episode. I don't know if it's 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 20 minutes, but I have not sat through most of them where I could just sit and watch the episode. Like, I fall asleep or I'm totally bored. I don't understand how people like this nonsense of a fucking cartoon. The only one that I thought was even half cool that had some cool action was the one before Moochie with Fennec, where they're doing the whole chase and all that. But at the end of the day, it's just Attack of the Clones. It's the freaking chasing Zam Wessel through Coruscant. They literally ripped off all the Dave Filoni. What the hell, dude? Can you come up with anything? No, it's them chasing Zam Wessel through Coruscant. It's the same sound effects, same action, same layout. I mean, it's literally Anakin and Obi-Wan chasing Zam Wessel through fucking Coruscant. Dave has been involved in 5 movies and 5 shows. They all broke continuity, and people keep saying he's going to save Star Wars. Yep. And remember that he's not just breaking Star Wars continuity or George Lucas continuity. He's breaking his own fucking continuity. What the fuck? And people think this guy is a genius. Holy shit. It's unfucking believable. Oh boy, thank you. For Dave Filoni, everyone, it's important to fight the Empire, but not Luke. Yep. Wait, she's on Camino? Is she like working there? She's a clone. She's like Bad Batch. She's like some defective clone. Now, where are the clones coming from? Jango Fett. And this is the problem that most people have. How do you have a 10-year-old girl coming from Jango Fett? And then you got people that want to argue, oh, but you know, you can genetically modify, blah, blah. Well, but then that's not a clone. A clone is an exact duplicate. It's not an altered, defective. A clone is an exact duplicate. So you cannot call her a clone. You don't clone Jango Fett and get a pink bunny, an orange banana, and look, a 10-year-old girl named Omega. That's not how cloning works. So fucking dumb. She's a clone, like all the clones. Yes. Rey, it's all about Rey's hand. We don't see Ahsoka yet, so I can't tell you how they're going to connect. But what I'm telling you is we're going to see Ahsoka. I know that. I can promise you that. Ain't no way Dave is not going to put Ahsoka in Bad Batch. you're going to see her somewhere. She might be on some planet by herself or with Rex, but you're going to see Ahsoka. And she's going to help the rebellion. You're going to see. Dave's going to make it to see, wow, Ahsoka's so important. She helped the rebellion. Meanwhile, she fucking was a traitor to the rebellion and the order. And she's supposed to be dead. But now she's going to be, this key thing in the rebellion. Dave can't stop himself. He can't help himself. When I first found out about Rey, before I saw The Force Awakens in the theater, I thought it was pronounced Ree. Based off of screen time, they should rename the Bad Batch into Omega, the big bad bitch. Except she isn't very, very big. And she's just plain bad, not a bad ass. Yeah. I just, I'm really glad that everybody, the Martez sister showed up and so soon, so that you all are reminded, don't have any delusions that, oh yeah, Dave's going to do the right thing. He's going to fix it. It's going to work. Oh no, Dave's the reason why we're here. Yes. I've seen it. Yes. I'm subscribed to him, yes. Ran that much advertising for The Force Awakens, but Finn was in just about all of it. Disappointed when they pushed Finn aside. Yeah. Well, all Star Wars fans will tell you the same thing. We expected Finn to be the Jedi. You guys clearly showed us that he was. And you also clearly showed us that Luke, Leia, and Han were going to be together. Neither of those things happened. Random Ree. Yep. That's what they literally do. You should have seen my community tab when I posted that a clone. All I posted was a clone is an exact duplicate of its host. That's all. I didn't mention Omega. I didn't mention Y, because in reality, if you guys didn't know, what I was referring to was Rey, Luke's hand. But everybody started attacking me. You're an asshole. You're an idiot. You're so fucking dumb. You don't know how clones work. I put the literal definition of what a clone is from the dictionary on the post, but I don't know what a clone is. People are so fucking stupid. Holy shit, are you stupid? When I'm literally posted the definition. Anyways, what I was referring to really was Luke's hand. I didn't say anything, but everybody was like, oh, it's just because she's a girl. You just hate girls. Blah, 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 blah. She could be an altered clone, so therefore that's why she's a girl, and blah, 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 and making every excuse and every justification. And it's like, first of all, I didn't mention Omega. And second of all, do you see how stupid you sound right now? Because what I did post was the definition of a clone. And you're trying to argue what the fucking dictionary says. Just to spite me. Just because you're so desperate to prove me wrong, you're arguing what the goddamn definition of clone is. It's up to you. I love the prequels. That's Star Wars. Star Wars died in 2012. Each his own. I don't know how you couldn't love the story of how Anakin fell. Hey, Red Hair Shanks. Good to see you. According to Dex, the Kaminoans were damn good. So how do they fuck up that bad? Ruins their lore too, correct? Why were the Kaminoans picked? Why would they have that massive facility? Why would they, of all people, been used to make the clones? Because they are the experts at it. So for now, Dave Filoni to be like saying, oh, well, you know, there's mistakes and we made mistakes and there's all these defective clones and that's why Bad Batch and blah, 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 blah. There's no reason to have defective clones. You've been doing this for however long. You have an entire facility set up. There's not. It's all controlled environment. There's no reason for cross-contamination or genetic splicing or any of that mess. It's Dave Filoni. It's what it is. It's Dave fucking Filoni. And nobody can argue with me that it is, because if you go look at the credits of fucking Bad Batch, written by, directed by, produced by, created by, it's all Dave fucking Filoni. What's good, buddy? Just chilling, ripping Disney a new one, as always. Ray pushed Finn aside with her hand, the last hand. Yes, Ray's hand is quite a powerful thing. Oh, wait, it's not that last hand, because she still has her other hand, because women losing limbs is bad, while Anakin literally gets crippled. Correct. I'm talking movies. I love the expanded universe until Disney killed it to fit their needs. Yeah. So you don't like the prequels, but you love the expanded universe? Omega is the new mini Rey. Rey is in miniature. Mm-hmm. Kaminoans. Yeah. Yep. You can call me the bad bitch. How people say Bad Batch is the best Star Wars they have ever seen. The fandom is lost. Yes. And there were those that before were saying, oh, the Clone Wars Season 7, that's some of the best Star Wars we ever got. I mean, really? That train wreck is some of the best Star Wars? Holy fuck. Oh, God. Raylo, the mouse is evil. From my point of view, the OGs are evil. Well, then you are lost. Han, Luke and Leia, maybe even Lando being together for the next trilogy is just a given from watching Return of the Jedi, and they fucked up even the most basic of basic setups. Yep. They literally had the money printing machine. Billions of dollars. Print, 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 print. And they fucked it up. Because they thought they knew more about the printer than the fucking person that created printing. Vader was reduced to nothing on Rebels. He couldn't defeat Ezra and Kanan. Real Vader would destroy them in 3 seconds. Yep. But not in Dildo-verse. Dildoni-verse. This comic with Luke's hand is the stupidest thing ever. Yeah. It is. But there's a reason for that. Which, don't be surprised if you see Luke's hand in the Bad Batch. Filoni might go there. Because the Luke's hand thing is all about Rey. It's all about justifying, see, Rey is a Skywalker because she was cloned from genetics from Luke's hand. That's what they're going to do. My sister thinks Star Wars is boring. Then she turns around and watches a show where they say devil lies. The evil lies. Saw Clone Wars 7 times, and I let everyone know proudly. Even bought a Harry Potter ticket to see Clone, a trailer alone. Can't remember if it was Clone Wars or Rots. Yeah, I don't remember which one either. It's been a while. If I have insomnia, I'll look at Bad Batch. Yeah. Listen. Every time I try to watch an episode of Bad Batch, I fall the fuck asleep. Meanwhile, I stay 12 hours, 18 hours all day editing on the laptop. I do streams that are 8 hours, 12 hours long. So it's not that I'm some old man or I can't stay awake or I'm just tired or no. It's because the shit is boring as fuck. It's dumb as fuck. Filoni is so desperate he's grasping for an amputated limb from the 80s and build a story around it. Yep. Amputated limb. Yeah. I paid 2 times to see Rogue One. Most expensive naps I ever took. Still haven't seen the whole movie. The only character I cared about was a robot who sacrificed himself. Knew I was done after those naps. Rogue One's decent. It's not great, but it's the closest thing we've gotten. Now, my Star Wars, you think the World Cup will finally be the year Lionel Messi scores in a knockout? I have no clue. I know that this is probably his last chance. Because he's like, isn't he like 35 now or something? This is probably his last really legitimate chance. So, but again, it doesn't really matter because it's not about Lionel Messi. It's about the team. He's not going to win it by himself. Still baffles me how they fucked it up. Then I think of their corporate globalist mandated agenda, then I get mad. Yeah. Lim, yes. Vulture. Giving out Summers a break. His football hero still hasn't scored in a World Cup knockout run. Had fun listening and subbed. Have a good morning, everyone. Yeah, you have a good morning too. Thanks for the subbing. Can't even score. I don't know what that has to do with Star Wars. And it really doesn't matter. He's still the greatest player to ever play the sport. That's not going to change, dude. YouNow doesn't get much attention when I share the stream over like that. It gets a lot more attention when you're in the actual stream over there. It's okay. I was done after those naps, yeah. Soccer Jedis. No, they don't have more World Cups. Their teams have more World Cups. I don't understand where your disconnect is, where you don't understand that basic fundamental. The best player to ever play the game is Lionel Messi. It's not even up for debate. Lesbians are hot. SJWs who act lesbian aren't hot. Imagine Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan playing soccer in space. That would be interesting. Why not Leia? I mean, she can float in space, so. Is it worth watching the Bad Batch? No, it isn't. I fall asleep at every fucking episode, and it's just more Dave Filoni nonsense, more retconning himself, never mind damaging Star Wars. This shit is dumb. It's freaking dumb. I see zero value in that show. I don't know. I don't get it. It just does more damage. And it's not like, oh, the artwork is revolutionary or... Only to rip on it if you can. I forgot I even watched today's latest episode. Yeah, it's so unforgettable. So I meant on a planet, not an actual space. Maybe a spaceship or something. That's a better idea than baloney could even produce cowboy hat wearing prick. Yes. Oh boy. Loved playing soccer as a kid. Star Wars and soccer. Always took Star Wars Soccer Edition chess pieces that were more like action figures to practice tournaments, victory meals. Well, I'm starting to get sleepy. That was the stuff that I had to talk about. Oh, freaking Bad Batch, Lord, man. I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to ask or talk about, but that was the stuff that I had, and I am getting tired. A P.O. box. I have a business address at the bottom of all my videos and streams. The description, there's an address that says send mail to. Send mail to below address, I think it says. And yes, there's an address there where you can send stuff if you like. It's not a P.O. box, but it's like a business space that I have, so you can send stuff there. Same basic idea. For one Christmas as a kid, parents got me the Star Wars Saga Edition chess set that was really cool, that used characters as pieces on a lava board. Oh, neat. I remember seeing a Star Wars chess set years ago, but not on a lava board. It was like more of a regular chessboard. There was a really beautiful set years ago
that had all the I forget if it had PT characters, probably did, but it definitely had OT characters. And all the pieces were really, really beautiful, nice, high quality. Lego Star Wars on the Wii was dope. First video game I ever played. Nice. Was it the first game you played because you already were into Legos, or it just happened to be the first game you played? And then maybe you like Legos because of it? Would you open something on stream if I sent you some stuff? Sure, if you would like me to, sure, absolutely. Just please no thermal detonators. Yeah, of course. I'd be more than happy to. I've told you guys a million times, if you ever want to send me an email just to say hi, ask a question, send me art, you know. Or if you want to send me stuff, you know, by all means. I don't ask anybody for anything, but if you guys want to support or send me gifts, by all means, you know. And when I say a gift, I mean, it could be a little letter, it could be something you drew, it could be whatever you guys, you know. Absolutely. But yeah, especially if you specifically say, would you open it on stream? Sure, I will. That same Christmas they got me a two-sided Star Wars puzzle, the shape of Vader's helmet. Cool. With light side and dark side on opposite sides in collector's tin. Wow, that's pretty cool. N64 Shadows of the Empire. That was awesome. I'm sure it's very dated now. I haven't seen it or played it in years, but it was awesome. I played most of the Star Wars games. What I didn't get to play was the PC/Xbox stuff, because I hate Xbox. I'm a PlayStation guy. I do not like the Xbox. And I was never really a PC gamer. I was always a console guy. So Republic Commando, KOTOR, SWTOR, that stuff I never got to play. Now I do have KOTOR 1 and 2, and I have SWTOR on my laptop. I never have the time. But I play Call of Duty Mobile all the time on my phone, and I do need to get on KOTOR one of these days. But outside of that, the point was I've played pretty much all the Star Wars games at one point or another. Maybe both, you say, James? Star Wars was why I played it. Maybe it was Lego too. I'm not sure. I did have Lego SpongeBob sets. Excited to get Star Wars video games for my Wii as a kid. The only console I ever had got lightsaber duels, Republic Heroes, and then the Force Unleashed 1 and 2. Force Unleashed was a lot of fun. I remember really liking that one, and then I've mentioned another one many times, like Jedi Starfighter. I really like those games. You're gonna love KOTOR. Yeah, I'm well aware of it. Like, I've seen a lot of clips and know all about it. You know, it's not like I'm totally oblivious to it, but I never sat down and played it. You know, so no, I'm pretty sure I will love it. I played Battlefront back in the day. It was pretty good. Yeah, Battlefront was okay. It wasn't anything like out of this world, but it was okay. Lego SpongeBob is a theme that needs to come back. The crazy thing is that the line ended in 2012, which was the same year Ernest Borgnine, the voice of Mermaid Man, died. Just start KOTOR. You can save anytime, I believe, and it's a true RPG. Yeah, I've been meaning to. You know, and sometimes I feel guilty because it's like I got to make videos. I got to keep Not My Star Wars going. But to be fair, I do streams. And if I'm playing KOTOR, I mean, that pretty much counts too. It's just that I had established myself as a video creator, you know, and sometimes I kind of feel guilty. Like if I'm doing other stuff, it's like I got to make a video. But I got to stop putting that pressure on myself, I guess. To be honest with you, the channel's been stuck. It's not going anywhere. It won't reach 12,000. It's like been stuck on 11,700 forever. And then it finally got to like 805, and then it dropped again. And just today it was at 799. It's like it just refuses to get past 11,800. Never mind get to 12,000. It's pissing me off. It's just stuck. Found the Force Unleashed video game for the Wii at a Blockbuster that was going out of business, getting rid of all their stock. Price was real low. Cool. Sometimes you get lucky. What was it, Blockbuster, you said? Good old Blockbuster. $11.8. Yeah, because a couple people just subscribed. But it's been stuck. It's been at 11.8. And like I said, it got to 805, but then it went back down again. It was at 799 and 797. Then it comes back to like 800. Then it was down at 799 again. Now probably one or two people subbed during this stream. And the other day I released a documentary. Is at 801. I don't know. It's just stuck. I was shocked when I came across Force Unleashed for the Wii at the closing Blockbuster. Just happened to walk in and see it there. Have been waiting, wanting it. Parents couldn't afford it. Yeah. I can dig it. Have a good night. Yeah, you too. Thanks for stopping by, Kino. And every Friday, Wednesdays, I'm over on YouNow. Roberto, thank you for the donut and the 10 likes. I have some videos I can upload there. I just have been so busy. But like I said, I'm not going to waste too much time over there because that channel never even hit 1,000 subscribers, and I can't waste my time on that. I have to focus on this that has 12,000 subscribers. This that has the potential to grow and make money. Consider doing TV show or movie reviews on this channel that aren't? No, this is a Star Wars channel. This is a Star Wars channel. And I've thought of making another channel to do that stuff, but man, I already got 4 or 5 channels. I made a film of Alderaan of SWTOR, 3 hours. It is to be relaxed. There's a lot of shots of the trees moving with calm music from the game. Cool. Yeah, you should. Friend's wedding the other day, and they played Star Wars Mos Eisley Cantina music. That's funny. Ooh, my eyes are getting heavy. Well, as much as I love to hang out with you guys, he'll tell the story. He goes to the forest to meditate and forget about the war. Cool. That sounds cool. You know, you should never hesitate. Anyone that ever thinks like, I want to do videos or I want to do this, but then you put it off and you put it off and you put it off. You got to stop doing that, because every day that you waste is a day that you wasted. Life is short. You could be gone tomorrow. You could upload a video and it might not do anything, or it might start a whole thing or make it get a bunch of views, but you've missed out on all these days that you didn't just do it. That's like everyone's biggest problem with YouTube or a lot of these things is just doing it, just starting it. And that's what you need to get over, is just freaking do it. Stop overthinking it, because no matter how no matter how much you plan shit, until you start doing it, you're not going to learn. You're not going to get it better. You're not going to improve. You just have to start doing it. Your first video isn't going to be perfect. So you just have to do it. I'm not saying don't put effort. I took about a month on the first video that I released. Was the Rise of Skywalker. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. I'd spent about a month getting that together. But at the end of the day, I got it done and I put it out. And I knew that eventually I'll have better software. I'll do better things. I'll know more about, I'll know how to edit better, you know. But you just have to do it. Can't say any longer either. I have to go. See you later. All right. Have a good day, James. And yeah, I'm pretty much out of gas, guys. So happens when you die. You become a force ghost. I have no clue, dude. I believe that everyone must face God and you will be judged. That you can't go through life disrespecting people, hurting people, you know, doing all this stuff, and that you're not going to have to answer for it. Oh, you will answer. I also know that God isn't going to be like, well, on June 8th, 2015, you said this, and that's a big problem. No. God is not going to look at like that one thing you did or said. God is going to look at your story, your book. You are a book. You are a story. He's going to open it, or doesn't have to open it because he can already know, and look at your overall story. Were you a dickhead? Did you try to help people? Were you a liar, a cheater? You know, these types of things in general. Were you a good person? He's not going to nitpick that you cussed on the Friday the 8th. You know, no. He, and I say he just for the lack of, because it's not probably not a he or she. It's just a spirit, energy, whatever. But just for the ease of conversation, he is going to look at your overall life and know and decide if you're going up or down. That's what I believe. I don't know, because I ain't been there. Well, I guess I'll head out. I'll head on out. Not my Star Wars. Good night, good morning, and the good Lord willing, and the creeks don't rise. I'll see you on the next trail. Yes. Wednesdays, I'm on YouNow. Next Friday, I will be here. All the Problems with the Mandalorian, Chapter 2, The Child, which should come out this week because I really don't have anything else pending. So I need to knock that out of the way. So most likely you're going to see that. And I know I'm going to get a ton of hate on that one, but too fucking bad. Fuck your feelings. Not My Star Wars is here for the truth and facts. And The Mandalorian's a goddamn mess. Camtasia. It's roughly $300. Sounds judgmental. Which part? What's judgmental? That you'll have to face God? I'm not sure which part you mean. Or if you're being sarcastic, or... I know I'm tired, so right now for me to think totally clearly, it would be cool if it was like movie Fluke, The Afterlife. I'm not sure what you mean. The movie Fluke, The Afterlife. I mean, I get the general idea of what you're saying, but is that a movie Fluke or Afterlife? I'm not totally clear. Thanks for the stream. Oh, you're welcome, Roberto. Thank you, as always, for coming to hang out. You said God would be reading. Oh, yes, of course. God is going to look at your life story. Were you a piece of shit or were you not? Pretty simple. He's not going to pick out that one day you said this. No, he's going to look at it. Were you good or were you not? Were you murdering? Were you raping? Were you hurting people? Were you lying? Were you stealing? Were you cheating? That's what he's going to do. He's going to look at your overall story. That's not judgmental. That's what you got to do. You can't just judge a book by its cover or by a certain page. You got to read the overall story, have the context. He created you. He can judge you all he fucking wants. Thanks. Streams are always a treat. My pleasure, Mojo. I did do 6.5 hours, so I know it's a little bit short than my usual ones, but I think I earned my my keep for the night. Always glad to see you, buddy. If anything, we will do it next Friday. Wednesday, I'm on YouNow, and you never know what could come up in between. You haven't seen the movie Fluke? Apparently with Samuel L. Jackson. No, I have not. Yeah, no idea. Maybe another one I need to check out. Yeah, I just I'm a bit tired, and I've been up since early, and I don't really have anything else to talk about. I covered the topics that I had, so I'm not going to force myself to stay awake. I have plenty of other things to do, and tomorrow's a new day, or today's a new day. I'll probably start working on that Mando video. I also want to make a new, maybe a new intermission, and I want to change up the intro, the Not My Star Wars intro. I like it, but I know that you guys have been seeing the same intro for a few months now, so I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Give you guys something different. I know that some people have been requesting more Video Man, so I'll probably swap out a couple of things and put a little more Video Man love in there. We all love Video Man, so I'll give him some love. My official mascot. So yeah, there's always stuff to be done. I need to do a channel audit and go through and check all my tags and clean up some of the descriptions, and that's a whole fucking day, if not a few days, when you're dealing with like 250-ish videos. My streams are legendary. Well, I try. Messy getting on. I don't understand why. First of all, why are you like so anti-Messy? That I don't understand. Second of all, that's not going to happen. We both know it. So I don't know what. Anyways, I don't have the energy to even. It really doesn't matter. We both know he's the greatest to ever play the sport. So. Not even us both. Everybody, the world knows that. FIFA themselves acknowledge that. So, yeah, he's been in the World Cup and he never got owned or embarrassed or any of that. He did quite well. Doesn't mean anything. Still, that doesn't mean anything. It's a team sport, dude. Hello. That doesn't take away from him being the greatest player to ever play. Sorry. All right. I hope you all have a great night. Or morning, day. Ugh. The sleepies are getting me. And I'm going to get some rest. But I appreciate everybody for coming through as always. We will do this again next Friday, like all Fridays. We'll see. I don't know. Next Friday, maybe we'll do this part 2 Jedi finally, or we'll see what other news. But today I figured I'd just hang out, and there was some stuff to talk about. So we'll see next week. You may only get one video this week, and it will probably be the Mandalorian one. I just need to finish that up. I know a lot of people are going to give me shit for that one, but oh well. I need to get it done. So, but of course, I will keep my eyes open. So if any important news or anything comes out, you will certainly see a video pop up. So, I appreciate you guys. I thank you very much as always. Thank you for supporting Not My Star Wars. And remember that Dave Filoni's a piece of shit. He doesn't care about you, Star Wars, George Lucas, or anything but himself and his little pet Ahsoka. So I wish you all a great day. I will leave you with a little outro, and we'll do it again. If not sooner, next Friday. Yeah, we need some more Video Man in the intro, I suppose. Always remember.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Oh, Bree. Oh, Bree. All right, guys. Have a great day. I appreciate you. May the Force be with you. And I will see you soon.
Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.